everybody. I'm getting everything set up. It wouldn't let me do it. Oh, you'll have to mute yours, otherwise it's going to echo. There is a slight delay on YouTube. If you're here, please let me know if you can hear okay and if there's any issues on your end. It's going to take just a few minutes. I'll probably edit this part out, but while we're waiting for everything to set up and catch up, I'm going to go ahead and fill out these tickets. I'm running a little later than I wanted to. My husband is on standby. He's going to be watching the comments and letting me know if I'm missing anything. I am going to try to follow along on my TV, but I don't know if it's going to work right. Okay, that's not the right one. Let's see. Okay, well, I can't figure it out, so I guess that answers that question. I do have it here on my phone. But I'm going to go ahead while we're waiting. It shows that there's 3 or 4 people in here. So just let me know if you're here and if you can see anything. Let's see. John, you might have to say something for me to add you as a moderator. It's not giving me an option to see you. Yep. Okay. It should have changed your name to Blue or something on your end. Did you see anything? Maybe it just changes it if you say something. And I apologize. I hate watching things on portrait mode, but it just made me do that. So that's something I'm going to have to learn. If I know you in real life or maybe even in the community, let me know what who you are so that I know who you are. Hi, Sheeple. Yeah, it kicked me out at first too, so I'm glad it let you back in. Hi, Mona. Nice to meet you. Let's see. I'm just getting some of these tickets. Oops. If you have not heard about the raffle until you saw this go live, if you look in the description box, there's information on all of the materials that I'm going to be using. And I think the link in there will still let you purchase tickets. So until I get these pulled off, let me know if you purchase any from that time forward. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Has anybody that's watching made the Annabelle handbag yet? Oh, I made my first one last night. I'll show that to you guys here in a minute. I've had a rough week and didn't get things done as quickly as I wanted to. So I have several cut out. I just didn't get a chance to make them yet. Spent too much time cutting them. Oh yeah. That's funny because I drive for DoorDash, and it sounds like you're probably talking about Uber for like driving your kids around everywhere maybe. But I did do a day of DoorDash this week too, so that took extra time. All right, so I'm just mixing these up because we're empty nesters now. All of our kids are grown up, so we thankfully don't have to deal with that as much anymore. But ironically enough, my youngest child who lives here locally, they're 25 now, and they just called my husband earlier today to ask if he could go to the Asian grocery store with them. So it's kind of funny when they still do that kind of stuff. Let's see. Okay, so that was... Baby, double count these for me. Make sure there's 20. I want to make sure I get the right amount out. Sorry, I know I should have done this before the stream started, but I just lost track of time and was trying to prep things so that it would be faster to be live. I probably should have done this part first. Was going to do it the other day, and then I was like, oh no, I'll wait till the day of, because so many people wanted them shuffled. I didn't want to take some of those out. I wanted to make sure they were all shuffled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Huh? 41. Oh, there's 41? Okay. I can tear those off and add them in there for me. And the raffle tickets are only $1, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you enter to win and you win it, then I will give the bag that I'm making today to you free. And it's going to be the Annabelle crossbody. It is centered around Valentine's Day and love. So if you're not local to me, then I will pay to ship it to you. And excuse me, like I said, tickets are $1. So we're almost done with this part. If you're getting a ticket, let me know so I can give you a few minutes to get that payment confirmation in. And I still have to write names on the back of these real quick as well. So please let me know if you're going to grab some more. Add this to that pack, or stack, I mean. Let's see. And then should be 2 more. Okay, mix them all up. I'm going to hold these other ones to the side in case anybody else wants to play. Again, if you're just joining, let me know if you can hear me or if you have any problems with hearing anything. We are monitoring the chat, but there is a delay. It's a pretty short delay, but there is one nonetheless. And we're going to mix up these tickets. I'm going to write names and then we're going to do the drawing. While we're doing that, I just wanted to show you, this is the Annabelle that I'm currently working on. Excuse all the clips. I have not gotten the top stitching down yet. I accidentally cut out this pattern using the stabilizer pieces. So this is smaller than what the normal one is. But I will be making a full size one. Since this one was already kind of messed up or a smaller size, I decided to try some piping on it. So you can see the edges, you'll see a little bit of piping. I'm not very happy with how it turned out, but it is what it is. And I'm going to carry this one around just to see if a small size would actually work. I'm not going to do a shoulder, like a crossbody strap, but this is the type of strap I'm doing on this one. So it's connected with D-rings on the side that goes all the way around the gusset. And then these are little bag extenders that I've got from Siah swag site. And then this is the handle. So this could be one option. I'm going to let whoever wins choose the option for their, whether they want to wear it as a crossbody or shoulder, if they like this one, or maybe they, you know, want something different, as long as it's a handle that I can do like 2-tone. something like that, then I can do it. But I'll show you the inside of this one. It's pretty cute, despite all the clips that you'll see. It's got Mormino's watercolor roses in the black print. So, and then of course I've got to put my bag tag on it. That's part of my advertising, right? But they're pretty cute too. I like them. So I'm going to set that to the side, and then John, did you mix up all the tickets? Okay, give me like a handful, and then write Brenda on that many. That top one. Here's a pen. All right, we're gonna get this knocked out. Again, if you're buying tickets, make sure you let me know. Just write it on the back. That way I don't see it. These were mixed up. I'm not looking at any numbers. How many bag makers do we have in the chat? And then sewists in general, how many of you guys are out there? You do bags? Mona, if you have a YouTube channel, you can leave the link if it'll let you. If not, send me a message with it and I'll make sure I'm subscribed to you as well. Okay, and then let me get some more real quick. Y'all done? Okay, I need a little more handful, and then if you could do the bottom first name and that many. Thank you. He didn't know I was going to be putting him to work. Let's see. Sorry, I hate downtime. So I know you guys are probably annoyed with it. Like I said, I apologize. It took me a few minutes to get logged in, then it gave me an error. I know it says I've been live for 15 minutes. If you are on the replay crew, I probably should have said this at the beginning. If you leave a comment, or even if you're live viewing after this goes from live and it errors, if you go back to the video and leave a comment on there, just say replay crew or whatever your favorite part of watching me make this bag was. And then I'm going to have another free giveaway for the comments down there. I'm not telling anybody what that is though. I'm going to need some more too, babe, if you have any.
Not sure if I have enough.
Okay, let me know if you don't so I can tear some more.
You guys return some if you need some.
Yeah, I enjoy watching YouTube for my downtime as well. But it's also kind of like I'm always learning. But, I mean, at least I don't have to get dressed and leave the house to learn, right? Whoops, what'd I do? No problem. I appreciate you taking the time to stick with me, especially, this is my first time really going live in a long time, so it's, I knew it was going to be a little rough anyways. I just didn't realize, like, the little things, I didn't realize that they were going to be there, so, let's see, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, okay, I guess I did tear them off, I just didn't count them. Thank you, I appreciate that. I do plan to start going live more often and hosting, I mean not hosting, posting videos and tutorials, so This is kind of my kickoff to all that. Like, all right, let's go. Did you have everything you needed over there, babe? Or do you need any more?
I think I have enough.
All right. Let me just do one more check. This is your last call. If you still are purchasing tickets, please let me know. Okay, and then we got those. And then 2 more. I lost my tickets. There they are. The ones who wanted scattered tickets first, I did yours first, so you got the scattered badge. Double check because I just noticed that was somebody else's name in that pile and it shouldn't have been. One more. Almost there, guys. Thank you so much for being patient. You got all yours, babe? Okay. Oh, I didn't think about the noise this is gonna make. Don't clean it out. You see anything over there I can use as a bowl? If not, I might just use this bag over here that I'm making. This is another bag I'm working on. Just do it that way. All right, we're putting all the names in the bag. That's not going to shake it very well. I thought it would, but it's not. All right, here we go. 17 minutes in. I apologize. If you are the winner, just to recap, I will be... let me double check my messages real quick just to make sure. Okay, no payments came through while I was talking. I'm going to be doing a live drawing here for this bag. Not the one I'm holding. This is just a piece that I'm working on. So I'm mixing them up. I can't see the names. I'm not even going to look. If you are local, I will get with you and arrange a shipping time. On this live, I will not be making the strap because I want to talk with the winner and find out what kind of strap it is. If you're local to Fayetteville, Rayford area, North Carolina, then I will get with you and find out when a good day and time. It'll probably just take me, maybe starting on Monday, I'll deliver it on Monday. That way I can finish up and get it packaged for you. Again, if you are here on the replay crew, once this video posts, make a comment and tell me what you liked and like the video, and then tell me what you liked about this bag that I made the most, or if you're a bag maker, let me know if you've tried it. And that person's going to win something special. It's not going to be a bag, but it'll still be something fun that I think you'll like. And it's a surprise. And again, if you leave the comments, as long as you are in the U.S. or the Alaska, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, or an APO address, then I will ship it to you for free. And I think that covered everything. All right, so here we go. John, you want to pull a ticket out of the bag? I'm just showing you all the tickets are in there. I've been mixing them up really, really good. Really, really well, I mean. Don't look. Wait, hang on. Can you do it right there? That way they can see. All right, hand me this ticket, though. Don't say the name. All right, Brenda, you won this bag, and I'm going to show you the materials that we're going to be leaving. I know Brenda's address, so I'm just going to set that there. Funny enough, she has won several of my drawings, so that's why I'm laughing. So I have the ticket set aside. I'm going to go over the materials that I'm using now. Let me see. Sometimes the light helps and sometimes it makes it worse. No difference, really. All right, so for the inside, we're going to be using waterproof canvas. I believe this was, you know what, I'm not going to tell you the colors because I'm sure I'm going to get it wrong, but they are listed in the description. These are the interior pieces. I've completed some of these steps before I got on so that you guys wouldn't have to wait as long, which even with all the 20 minutes prior, catching up and everything, even with all of that, it's still saved a lot of time. So hopefully this will be faster. I will be making a tutorial if you're a bag maker and you want to follow along. So this is my zipper. It's going to be a recess zipper. Here's the front. Cute little accent pieces. Here's the back. And technically, this could be the front or the back. You can wear it either way. Oh, something I'm starting in 2025 is leaving inside my bags. I'm going to be leaving words of encouragement. You guys will never see them, but hopefully the good karma comes through. And hopefully you'll know that somebody was thinking of you when I was making this bag. Okay, and then we have the long gusset part, which is not going to fit all the way. So we're going to get this started sewing now. Just because it's easier, I'm going to go ahead and start on the inside of this bag. Normally when I make a bag, I start on the straps or the handles, which of course will not be, it will not be, sorry, lost my train of thought, trying to clear everything up here. It will not be, I forgot what I was saying. I don't know what I was saying. Must not have been too important. But maybe it was. Who knows? Somebody remind me if you think you knew where I was going. Oops, I forgot to snip that one. Oh, normally I start the straps first because by the time you get to the end of the bag, you're just kind of like, ugh, I don't want to do a strap. I'll do it later. And as you can see, that's when you end up with extra bag pieces everywhere because you said you'd finish the bag later. I've got several works in progresses. My only New Year's resolution I made this year was to go live more often and to finish sewing all of the bags I have cut out. And I think I probably have 50 cut out. Some of them are small pouch type bags, but yeah, it's a lot. All right, so it looks like all my centers are snipped. I try to do that when I cut my pieces, but it doesn't always work. I'm going to start with the interior just because it's going to be super easy. Oh, you know what I do need to do? I lost a piece. It's over here. I forgot to talk about it. It's going to have one interior pocket. It's not a very big bag, so it's just going to have a slip pocket. And I did decide to use a sewing blurbs. This was gifted to me in one of my recent orders. It came with a bunch of little woven tags, and this one says "Stitched with all my love" on the front. And nobody knows what's really going on with YouTube's live lately, but for some reason they're everything's backwards, so I apologize. And then the back is this cute little heart. So I'm gonna get that added on. I better leave it out so I don't forget. I do need to put the pocket on first before I start doing that. So I did most of the work prior to. I'm just going to find my center of the slip pocket. This is also waterproof canvas. Double check the description, but I believe this is from oops, wrong way. Tulip Bee, sorry. Trying to, oh, I didn't mark it on the center on that side. With one of the other bags that I have cut out, I will be doing a tutorial on this. The bag was super easy, but not, it was super easy and simple in construction, but it packs a powerful punch with all the cool features that you learn while you're making it. So if you're a bag maker who likes to work with, if you're a bag maker who likes to work with patterns that teach you a lot of different skills, this is definitely one that you might learn some stuff on. So what I've done is I've created the slip pocket, and then I'm just taking the piece, you can't even see it because it looks like a stripe. There's double-sided tape on the back, and I'm going to use that to place the slip pocket on, and then I'm going to sew it down. Oh goodness. If you make bags, I'm sure you know the struggle with double-sided tape. Whether you have nails or don't have nails, it's still a struggle. There you go. Oh, there you are. I thought I heard you in here. Kinsey's down at my feet. Get away from the pedal, please. Go lay down. Good girl. She stays in here with me usually, but I'm not using the measurement. I'm not using the pattern to put this down just because I like them in certain areas on my bags. So. And then I just make sure they're even. All right, and then before I totally stitch this down, I'm just going to slip this right in here. Stitched with all my love. I'm sewing today on my Juki TL 2010Q. I do have a Juki, well, I have several machines, but my other machine that I use is Juki 1181N. But I just got it at Christmas time, and I didn't want to try to make a live at my first time coming back and run into an issue just in case I ran into one. So my top stitching I'm going to put at a length of 5. If you guys have any questions or comments, feel free to leave them in the live. If you're watching live, you may need to toggle it to all comments instead of top comments. Otherwise, you might not be seeing things. I do like to give double extra support on these pockets. So at the end of each corner, I do a double stitch. Hey Annette, this fabric is from Annette at Tulip Bee. I just purchased a bunch of vinyl from her right around the holidays, and I love it. It is so beautiful, and it sews like a dream. It's awesome. And I love like this pink and white stripe one. It comes in several colorways, so I really love that. I really love that there's options out there for, you know, like these bags that you want to look special, but you don't want them to be too busy. And so I thought like these stripes, I thought they were perfect because it brings in those Valentine's type colors, and it matches this so well because it's got the various shades of pink, and so does this. So when I saw it, I was just like, oh yes, that's exactly what I need. Let's see. All right, so we're going to go ahead and finish up this, the interior. That's not the piece I need. We are making, for anybody who has just showed up, we're making the Annabelle bag, the new one that just came out from Siah Swag. It's a cute, quick little sew. It's really fast to cut out, in my opinion. It's it looks like you may have spent a whole week working on the bag, and for some of us slower sewists, we do. But it's not because of the bag not being a proper pattern. It's a very nice pattern. Siah did a great job with it. Hey Jan. Oh, no audio. Jan is one of my moderators and one of my sewing best friends, or sewing besties as we call them. Okay, once you start pinning down the sides, you're going to see here it's a little bit tight. What you want to do is take the gusset part, make a few little snips inside of it. You want to try to keep those snips within about about an 1/8 of an inch so that it's in your seam line. In my opinion, you can never have too many snips because you don't have to use them all. But it'll help you bind those curves. Not bind the curves, but get the pieces together. so what I do is I will take it after I put the little slashes in there. Let me do it facing me first. Oh, here you go. I can do it like this and you guys can see. And so what I do is after I put those little snips, I just kind of push from the bottom and then push this way. And I match the centermost point first. And then that'll help you ease in the bag, the main panel pieces. If it's still a little bit tight, I add a couple more little slits into it. And if that don't work, you can leave some in the bag pieces as well. I try not to do that, but you can. All right, there you go. So I just made a couple more snips and it took that seam right up. Also using Siah Swed's Swagalicious thread because it's a perfect match. Oh, you can't see. It is black and white, red, gray, pink. It's got all the same colors of the bag basically. So you guys can see. Jan, we have already done the drawing. There was a winner selected, Brenda, and she has won several of my drawings in the past. She attends my craft fairs quite often when I do them. And I know that it's been a little rough around her neck of the woods, so I think she really deserves it, and I know she'll like it. I don't know when she'll find out that she won. She may be watching live on her TV and not able to make a comment, but I will contact her after the drawing or after the live and let her know, and then I'll deliver it. If you guys leave a comment once this video, oh thanks Jan. Jan's an awesome moderator, but I knew she was gonna be tied up, so she's here for a few minutes, helping out while she can, and she's really good about linking everything. Everything is in the description, or should be anyways. If you see something that I might have forgotten, just let me know. But once this video goes live, if you leave a comment, not a comment here in the chat, the live chat, because it won't show. Well, it may show. I don't know. It's been kind of 50-50 on my videos lately, so I think that's another thing going on with YouTube. But once you, if you leave a comment, I'm going to be doing another drawing so that I will send or give, if you're local, the person another little special prize. It's not another bag, but it is something cute that I think you guys will enjoy. And like I said, I'm starting with the interior, but I am letting the winner choose what kind of handle they like. I know different people like different types of strap. I'll show you guys one more time in case we have new people. I see more people here than there was when I showed the first time. This is another Annabelle that I'm working on. I'm using purse chain extenders. And then this is a two-tone little strap that will be, it's perfect for like that quick carry. Love it. It's so cute. So you can choose that or a crossbody strap or whatever. I'll go through the options with her and let her choose how she would like it. That's one of the really good things about this bag. You can do that. All right, we're just going to sew the interior, turn that back to a composition stitch. You're going to ease into it. You start at the pattern width on your gusset. Let me turn it just a tiny bit. And then you're going to slowly increase that stitch length. I'm sorry, not the stitch length, the seam allowance. And it's a perfect fit. If you do it right, it's a perfect fit for your bag. It's not extra baggy or anything. Now I am going to choose to leave about a 5 to 6 inch opening here at the bottom. That's going to help us it's going to help us turn the bag out and make it right. Sorry. I wish I could figure out why it wouldn't let me do it. We're going to jump up. Take a look real quick and see if I'm missing anything. John hasn't yelled anything to me. Yeah, I meant to get my earbuds. Can you guys hear me okay? I totally forgot about that until I just saw that. Nobody's complained about anything yet, but you know what? I want to go a little bit further in than that. Okay, great. Thank you, Jan. John's in here with me, but he can't hear because I had to mute everything. I didn't think about that. Oopsie. And then once you get to this other side, you're going to make sure you ease it back out, your seam allowance. Make sure you're following the directions. You're going to want to stop a little bit ahead of when you think you're going to want to stop. Jen says hi. That's my sewing buddy from Coosa Mountain, which I'm actually wearing that shirt. I met Jan at one of the local sewing events that they had up near Raleigh, and which is about an hour and a half or so away, and we became very fast friends, and we enjoy chatting and sewing and sharing all sorts of fun stuff. And
she asked you a question.
Oh, this one, it's because I'm leaving an opening at the bottom so that we can turn it. So I left a gap of 5 or 6, whatever length you like. I like where my hand can fit through it. And so this is going to be the interior. And then the other side, the exterior, I will not be doing that. Alrighty, now we're going to get the other side. I'm going to match up those centers. You're welcome. There it is. Sometimes I cut the little center marks so small I can't even see them. So this side, I won't leave that gap in the middle. And at the very end, you'll see why that's good to do. And then sometimes I still have to end up cutting it a little bit, but usually about a hand's width is about all I need for most bags. Now I have got myself in trouble trying to make something out of my league, I guess you could say, and sorry. I used too much vinyl is what I was trying to say. Okay, so this one, it doesn't look like I'm going to need to make any slits because it fits together with like no problem. But sometimes I'll still use the slits just to make, like, see how the two different shapes, one's up, one's a little bit lower. Instead of giving that like an awkward shape, I'm still going to use it to ease in the side, or the seam, I mean. And I love, the biggest reason I love using this waterproof canvas, or now I've been using some waterproof cotton as well, is because it's so easy to sew and you don't have to interface it. And interfacing is like one of the worst things to me. It used to be cutting the patterns, but it's truly, I think, interfacing. Again, I'm just going to hold this and then cut the gusset right here. So I'm just doing that in a way that I can actually hold the scissors better. I have neuropathy and I can't always feel things the way that normal people do. And so one of the ways that help me with my sewing is to rest the scissors on my hand, and then that way I'm not having to hold it because my hand's shaking stuff, so it just makes it a little bit easier. So I'm just making some slits so that it eases up. They don't have to be very big. In fact, you should keep them towards your seam allowance. I'm trying to see if you can see them, but I don't think it's gonna. There you go. That helps you ease this part in so that they work the same. And again, all I do is I take the centermost point and take it to the most centered point of what I just snipped, and I kind of do a test run with my fingers of how it's going to fit. This one I feel like I need just a few more. Down on this side. Let's see if it likes that. Okay, center moist point, and then I kind of tug on this a little bit. That makes, excuse me, that makes that part the center most point. Sorry. And then I just hold them together, and then see, it went together perfectly that time. So now I'm going to use the clips to hold it because that's where I actually want to sew. And then that side's perfect too because it just flares it out just enough. The interior is pretty easy. That's why I was showing you guys this part first. Once you get it done, you just stick it out of the way, and then that's one less thing you have to do. And sometimes it's nice to start a bag at that part instead of dealing with some of the stuff you have to deal with down the road a little bit. Again, centermost point. Need to add a one there. Oops. Sorry for the loud noises. There you go. Now it'll stretch a little bit better. Oh, it's right there, so I need to add some more. I added it to the wrong side. Okay, let's try that one more time. There you go. That matches it up fairly well. Add one more. Usually I don't have to go quite this high, but I think I might have cut this edge a little bit wrong. I see some new people have joined us, but it doesn't tell me who, so feel free to say hi if you would like to be known. If not, I still appreciate you guys taking the time to watch. We are sewing up the Annabelle handbag. It's made by Siah with Siah swag bags. A great little pattern here. For me, it's a perfect size bag because I don't have kids at home anymore. I don't work outside of the home anymore, so it's perfect size for me. I don't usually have to go carry a bunch of stuff around. Okay, I'm gonna have to switch the sides. I do this sometimes. I put the clips on and I like to take them off in a specific way. It just seems easier to me. Some people just take them off all willy-nilly, but I'm not one of those kind of people. I believe Siah still has a sale going on for her bag. If not, I think it's only $12. So it's not a big chunk of money, and I guarantee you will love it. And you will want to make it in about 500 different colorways, and oh, that clip was on there the right way. And a bunch of different materials. I've got, I think, 3 cut out now. The 4th one is this one. But this is only the 2nd one I'm actually doing. I wanted to get some practice in on it before I went live, so I did that. All right. So again, we're just going to start at our seam allowance that's in the pattern. You're going to go down, and at about halfway, you're going to start to increase that seam allowance so that you're taking up all of the extra fabric and easing it in, or when you go to flip the bag, I mean. Sorry, my words are not coming to me. I think I'm a little nervous. I don't usually talk or sew with my husband in the room, so I think he's making me nervous over there, even though he's not even looking at me. If you are in the chat and you're not seeing anything, it might be because you have it filtered to top. I think it says top comments or something like that. You'll have to hit the 3 little, the periods, the ellipses, I think is how you say it. And then it will let you toggle to all chat instead of top chat. Nobody's really chatting, but just so you know. A lot of people don't realize. And then if you're on a TV watching, you don't have the option to chat. So, hello. That's how I usually watch my YouTube. Either that or on my iPad like I am right now, or even on my phone because I'm sewing. And also I like using the waterproof canvas or cotton because, or even water resistant too, because it's easy to get those wrinkles out. I've found that when I use like SF 101 or Pellon, the light Pellon or whatever it's called, I have found that it's really hard to get those wrinkles out of your stabilizers. So I would prefer just not even having to use them. So this is our interior. Oops, let me get this side off. The interior is all done. That's how quick and easy it is. I'm going to go around and trim the outside, but just to give you like a quick peek. I always tell everybody, don't be afraid to manhandle your bag, because if it can't stand you being a little rough with it when you're doing like this, it's definitely not going to do its job as a bag. So, other than the seam allowances, this is where I left it open because it fits my hand and I can pull the exterior fabric inside, and then that's just how you do it. So this is your inside of your bag. There's a little slip pocket right there. And I'm going to turn it back inside out because that's the way that I want it to be for when I get to the end of the pattern. And I'm also going to go ahead and trim down these seam allowances. Before you do that, you want to make sure, like I take my fingers or my knuckles and I kind of run all the way around all the seams to make sure there's no holes. When you do trim, I'm going to use pinking shears to trim around, but you do not want to touch this part where you've left that hole. One thing that I do that I think I forgot to say is at the very bottom, when I choose where oops, I'm looking at the wrong thing, right here, when I choose to go, when I choose to sew this, I like to go, I don't think you can really tell on the camera. I like to go down a little bit right here and then back, and then that just helps when you are turning it right side out. You'll be able to just take your fingers and it kind of pulls perfectly, and then you just sew up that edge, so it's really nice. All right, let me get this trimmed down real quick. Oh, and when you do this trimming, you don't want to trim all the way to the top. You want to come down a little bit. If it's really, like if you messed up and it's really a lot of material there, then yeah, go ahead. These are not the right scissors anymore. Yep, that's right. Go ahead and trim it to make it smaller on your seam allowance, but not, you still want some excess fabric right there. Okay, see right about there? That's where I'm going to stop on the other side. But you also want to make sure you're pulling that excess so that you're not trimming it. And I'm using pinking shears. If you don't have pinking shears, you're just going to want to cut the slits and kind of make triangles or V's. And the reason you want to do that is because you are you're making it easier for your gusset and your, or I'm sorry, your interior and your excuse me, your exteriors to, you're making it easier for them to nest together. Can somebody say something in chat so I can make sure it's still streaming? It had some issues earlier and I haven't seen any comments coming through, so I don't know if we're missing them. Are you seeing anything coming through? Yeah, I'm not either. I know Jan was in between activities, but I just want to make sure we didn't get lost or something. Do you want? Yep, I see it. Okay. It says there's several people viewing, but they might be on TVs or just not chatting, which is fine. Okay, so this is what your trimmed edges are going to look like, similar to that. Like I said, I'm not going to do anything here because you want to have all that excess. And I'm going to just singe some of these little strings that are driving me a little nuts. Okay, so I'm just going to put that to the side. We're done with that part for now. And the next thing we're going to do is sew on these accents here. Let's start on this one. That will be easier. I'm going to do this at the top stitch width of about a 5. Each machine is different, and depending on your thread might be different as well. I will not backstitch on these because I'm going to want to pull it through, which I'll show you how to do that. The reason why you want to do that is because it looks a little bit less, I'm sorry, a little bit more seamless. while I have that there, I'm going to go ahead and pull this out, and then I'll show you how we do this method in a minute. Go ahead and bend that down. If you're running out of room in your throat, that's fine. Your last stitch, you want the needle to go right into the last hole that you made, or I'm sorry, the first hole that you made. So what I do is I lift my needle and I kind of just move it to where it needs to be. There you go, perfect. And then instead of cutting it off, you're just going to pull. You want to make sure you leave plenty of thread. And then that's your little accent piece. It's going to be trimmed a little bit lower when you finish doing the bag, so that's why I brought the stitches up. So what you do is you have your bobbin thread here, and then you have your top thread. You just take the bottom, pop up that thread. I doubt you'll be able to see it very clearly. See that little white piece right there? And then you pull through the other thread, the top stitching thread. And I just use this little Dollar Tree tool that I got. I don't even remember why I got it, honestly, but okay, hang on. I've got to get my glasses on. Can't see it. It's white on white. There you go. Alright, so then what you're going to do is I tie 4 double knots all together. Okay. And I just give it a little tug at the end. That gets it as tight as I can get it. Okay, and then I snip it off above the knot. And then I heat seal the edges in. All right, so now we're going to do the other one. I know it's a little bright, but I think you can still see pretty well. It's darker there, but I'll be darned if I can still get it right. There you go. got one more stitch I need to do. Just trying again to get that, put my glasses on, I can't see that part very easily right now. Get that needle put in right where that first stitch came out, or went in, I mean. Okay, and then pull it out, give yourself a towel. And then once again, these are the first ones that I started with. I accidentally cut the other ones. And then take that one that doesn't have one popped out with it. And then we're going to tie them all off. I don't know if it makes a difference, but I like to tie the two that are in the same hole together. So quiet. I'm used to having more noise because I'm usually watching a video while I sew or listening to an audiobook. And again, I've been leaving notes in the bags that I've made starting in 2025. Just a little extra encouragement. You don't see it when you buy a bag, but it won't hurt anything, right? Little extra encouragement goes a long way, even if you don't know you got it. Alrighty, I'm going to heat seal those edges. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing on these. I'll try to make this one faster. I won't be telling you what all I'm doing. But I still can only sew as fast as I can sew. I see there's quite a few viewers. If you haven't said hi and you want to say hi, feel free to say hi. And if you don't, thank you still for watching. I appreciate it. I will be doing an actual tutorial on this Annabelle bag, hopefully sometime this week. Hey Mary Beth, no problem, welcome. I did the drawing. I'm sorry to say you did not win. However, I'm also telling people once this video goes live, leave a comment and let me know what your favorite part of this bag was, or if you have any questions, you're feel free to leave them there as well. And then I'm going to be doing a special drawing for those who leave a comment on that one. Not telling anybody what it is, but it'll be a fun little freebie for somebody. Now I will say normally I will make the panels, the front and back panels, and then I determine which side I want to be the best to be the front. So I was trying to save time before I started going live, and I went ahead and put my bag tag on. So it is what it is at this point, but I think I'm liking this one better already. Kind of par for the course, I guess. Let's see, are you going to come through there? There you go. It was being stubborn. It didn't want to come through there. and then I'm going to double tie those knots. Oh, it still didn't pull the right one through. There you go. That's going to work. Did anybody do anything fun for Valentine's Day this year? Or do you have any fun plans that you're going to do this weekend? We don't typically celebrate on Valentine's Day or on a lot of holidays. We wait until the crowds settle down a little bit and then we like go out to eat or something. We have a favorite Italian restaurant here that we really like the food, so that's where we usually end up going. Is that where we're going to go again? Yeah. We're going to go after I'm done with this live. Whoops. I guess we've been together long enough that we just don't consider it a big old deal in our house anymore, which is a lot of people, even if they haven't been married, you know. Everything's so commercialized now, and with the way things are with prices and stuff, you can't even enjoy a Waffle House without paying extra for eggs, you know. It's like, that's what the whole meal comes with is eggs. But it is what it is. We've survived worse in this world. And my mom has chickens, so that's where we usually get our eggs from anyways. And then we're just going to heat seal that down. The reason you're going to heat seal, and you also don't want to heat seal anything if you're doing cotton thread, because it'll just catch on fire. But I use poly neon thread, or this one's Siah's thread. It's polyester bonded, so same thing, and that helps it stay, and then also it's a stronger kind of thread for your bag making. I'm sure people use it for sewing like garments and stuff too. It's a really good thread. Pulling through those first threads. These accent pieces are fun to put on, but this bag is super cute without them too. I have another bag pattern that I like from Sonar, and it has accents very similar to these, and they use darts in that pattern, so I'm going to have to compare and contrast and see which I like the best. But they both turn out looking about the same, so I guess at that point it maybe would be determined by which is quickest and easiest. But either way, you're having to kind of slow down your sewing so that you can see what you're doing and make sure your lines are better, you know. That up just a little bit so we can hit that hole right. And then leave a tail. Doesn't have to be super long, just long enough for your fingers to be able to tie something, or to tie the knot, I mean. And if you do a back stitch, you don't even have to do that. Which, whether or not I do a back stitch, kind of depends on what I'm working on. This white, I keep ending on the white parts, the white threads, which are hard to see because the back of this is white. And this I do have, what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? That is the right thread. Why is it just being stubborn? I have it interfaced with basil or basil. I'm not sure how you say it. I think it's basil though. Foam, and it's perfect. the thickness and the texture of it to use is perfect. I think this one's going to look better than the other one, so I'll show you the difference. But it makes those little accents poof out a little bit, and it makes a fun shape for the bag. And then on top of the Basel foam, I have SF101. It tends to work better for me than Decoville Light. I can't seem to find that very often locally. And so it just so happened to be the last time I needed some. I couldn't find any. And I couldn't get any shipped to me, so I just went ahead with the SF101. I can at least buy that at Walmart if I need to. But wherever I bought it from, it was on sale because I got the whole bolt, so that saved money there. I'm a little afraid to see what some of the prices are going to get up to. All right. Okay, so then you got those cute little, you can kind of see the puffiness. Not too bad. All right, so the next thing we're going to work on is going to be our gusset. I have it marked off as instructed in the pattern. And then this I'm just going to smooth down a little bit more real quick. I apologize for the noises, can't really help that. So I have this taped, well sometimes you can't help it, this is just one of them. It's the D-rings or triangle rings or what I'm using. This way, whoever won would be able to pick their strap, whether it was the strap that I showed you at the beginning or a crossbody strap or however they wanted, a shoulder bag, I could adapt it. The actual pattern comes with it, the strap being sewed directly into the gusset, so no worries if you don't like using those kind of extenders. All right, so what I'm going to do is I have the middle marked on my bottom, and I have the middle marked on the strap. Well, this isn't a strap. I just keep calling it a strap because it's kind of the same. So I'm just going to lower it and line up the center pieces as best as I can. I probably should have only removed half of that tape at a time. I'm not sure why I was a dork and did it all together. Which, here's a hack. If you do that, line your finger up. You already know where the middle is because you put the marks, and then the middle on the back side is going to be where the seam's at. So, okay, I'm just going to drop that side a little bit, and then make sure this stays nice and straight. And I've got a little bit of a funny story about this gusset. Whenever I first got the pattern, I read the instructions, but I always read the instructions and then cut the pattern out. And so what I did was I read the instructions, cut the pattern pieces out. There's some pieces that you have to match. I think there's squares on this pattern, and then that's the proper placement. And so I didn't realize the gusset was 3 pieces. I mean, I knew it was 3 pieces, but I thought it was because you wanted the seam lines in there. And after I started watching other people do it, I realized, oh, they're supposed to cut that on the seam. And I went back and read, and it was just because I didn't understand it correctly. But I do kind of like the way it, I'm going to see how I like this compared to this bag here. This other one that I made, there's no seams, so I'm gonna get to compare that and see, which way I like it the best. So, all right, we're gonna go ahead and sew this down. Oh, my husband snuck out of here. He's probably regretting his life choices at this point. I'm gonna just trim the bottom of these. It's not in the pattern to do this, but I'm seeing they're kind of flaring out at the very tips, and that's where you can see the white, and I don't want that to be seen. So I'm going to avoid the tape, but I'm just going to trim kind of at a angle, just a little bit. I'll show you what I'm doing. I have not tried this before, so I might regret this, but I don't think I'm going to regret it. It's just a tiny snip. I just cut that little bit off. Oops, it's sticking to me still. There you go. Yeah, Yeah, that's much better. This one is kind of thick, and I'm not sure if it's the materials or if maybe I got the measurement wrong. But I'm looking at it and it seems okay, but... And I keep telling myself it probably looks so much bigger because that one was cut... Well, I just kind of guessed at the ends, to be honest, but... that one's cut using the gusset side... I'm sorry, the stabilizer pieces by accident, so... I don't know if that's why or not. Oops, I missed a piece there. Just cut one layer. And then once you sew it down, it doesn't seem as puffy too sometimes. All right, we are going to put rivets in here, but first what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew using the top stitching width that I've been using. Now, if you have, no matter what vinyl you use, if you have thick materials and you are getting to sew like a point like this, you want to put something to protect this hardware so that your presser foot going over it doesn't either scratch the hardware, or sometimes it will scratch right here and it'll just look like it's really cheap vinyl, and it's not. It's just because of the way you did it. So I'm just going to use like old, some people call these leaders, and they use them to start sewing so that if there's a jumbled mess, then it doesn't matter. But so I'm not going to be sewing up to this point. So I'm going to sew close to where it bends right here, but not close enough. So I'm afraid that something might rub there. All I'm going to do is this, right where it's covering. And then that way nothing, the side of the presser foot or the hardware does not cause it to get muffled up or anything. Alrighty. I don't think I put that down quite far enough. It's a little thick with that foam, so I'm just trying to make sure I've got it aligned where I want the stitches to be. Oops. Alright, let's try there. Don't forget to put your presser foot down. It's kind of thick, so sometimes I would forget that. I'm going to go ahead and do a back stitch right here instead of pulling the threads through, just because I think I want it to be a little different right here. Let's see, do I want to go a little bit more? Okay, and then another thing that you're going to have to do, sometimes you might have to back stitch into your next step. It's got the foam under there, so it's a little thick. So I'm going to back stitch maybe 2 times, and then I should be able to turn it around and not have that bulky part in the presser foot. Okay, fold over. Now you're, nope, it's still going to be a little bit too tight. So again, I'm just going to put that leader in here so it doesn't scratch as that presser foot moves. And I'm going to back stitch a little bit more. Now I have room to do it. And now it's out of the way, see, but it didn't get scratched. I'll do that in a minute when I got more space. Oh, plug it in, there's an extension cord there. Extend my stitch length a little bit. The thickness is not making the stitches quite as wide as I would prefer them. Yeah, much better. Now I'm coming up to this other one, so I want to make sure when I get to this edge, I want to make sure that's going to be taken care of already. I think that's good to go. I forgot to put the pressure foot down. If you do that, don't keep sewing because it'll make a big old bird's nest underneath. As painful as it is to stop what you're in the middle of doing, do it. So the last thing you want to deal with is a big bobbin nest underneath. Makes a big old mess. Alright, so I'm just going to tie those off like I usually do at the end, and then what I'll do is I'll start in that same stitch, I'll start another. I can't remember if I already tied that once, so we'll do an extra one just in case. I'm going to burn this off so I don't forget it's down here, or heat seal it. Yeah. All right. I'm going to get this in place. There you go. It's going to go right in the same hole. If you can hear my dogs, I'm sorry. They must hear the Amazon man. We need to make a song kind of like, remember the old "Do You Know the Muffin Man?" And we can sing it every time the dogs start going crazy. Alright. I left enough that I can tie it off, so I'm not going to backstitch. I'm going to have to back stitch on this one too. Oh, there it is. I couldn't see my thread. I thought I accidentally unthreaded it. Hang on, I forgot my leader. And again, if you just happen to be joining me, this will be, I'll be creating an actual tutorial for this. Oh, I forgot. So if you're looking for somebody to go step by step with, I will be uploading that hopefully sometime this week. But also, Siah has already uploaded hers, and there's lots of other YouTubers who have been making their tutorials as well. So there's several to choose from, but I would be honored if you came and watched mine once it was there as well. Through. After this, if you're sewing and you have used tape, you're going to want to make sure you're checking your needle for the adhesive. The sounds that your sewing machine makes you'll get used to, and we will, sorry Mary Beth, I'll read your comment in just a minute. This thing is stuck too. Okay, I'll just go through that. If you get to a point where you see something has, like you were supposed to go back and tie something, but for some reason your threads are messed up, just go back over that same thread so that you can pull it through. Let's see. Sometimes, so Mary Beth was asking, do you write down what changes you made for the next one that you do? Sometimes I do. Like this one here. This is the one I was working on yesterday. I put piping, but the piping is not in the pattern, and I was just going by memory from the last time I made a bag with piping, which is not that one. I have another one that I have almost done over there, but I did it a little bit too big, so I don't like the way it looks. Everybody else who doesn't make bags would probably not see it, but if you make bags, then you'll see it and be like, oh yeah, that's not right. Still looks cool, but this is just for me, so I'm gonna wear it because it's the wrong size and everything. But like this little strap right here, this is not in the pattern either, and so what I did was I measured it out and I wrote down how long it was so that if anybody else wanted a strap like this, I could know what that was. And then so like same thing with this one here. I don't know if it's the vinyl that I'm using or what, but this pink is like kind of puffy on here. And I don't know if it's because I measured too big or something. I'm not sure what it is. So I'll just kind of notate on my own, like the stitch length if I change it, or how I want to use a pattern. I do write those down, or some of them I just have by memory. It makes it easier if you write them down, especially with my memory issues, but... Okay, I'm just going to do a back stitch there. I went right into the hole that I couldn't get into a minute ago. So that should have tied off the first one and this one. Oops, I forgot to cut it. Hey babe, will you bring me my chapstick out of my little purse that I usually take everywhere? Okay, since I double stitched that, I still pulled it through, mostly out of habit, but I just trimmed it off. And now I'm going to go back to that other one. And so remember when I was saying about the 3 pieces? All I did was I took the edges and I stitched it down, and the pattern, or the foam lining, I know it looks really crazy, but the foam lining I also just kind of used a double-sided tape to hold it down. So yes, it was technically a mistake, but nobody would know. That's kind of the cool thing about when you modify bags anyways. A lot of times you are putting like your own little touches to it. Oops. All right, so once again, I'm going to just heat seal those edges. I did that side. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, I'm not so happy with this piece. Well, I'm going to continue on because it might just be the angles that I'm seeing. It might look fine once I'm done. If not, I'll definitely change it before I give it out. I'd rather change it and have it be what I want it to be than not. Okay, so let's see. So that was the strap. I'm sorry, not the strap, the gusset. There's the front. There's the back. And here's our zipper pieces. I think the gusset is the next step, but let me just take a quick look at the instructions real quick. Thank you. Thank you, babe. So like I said, I prepped a lot of this before I came on so that we weren't having to take as long. I knew it was already going to be kind of lengthy. I'm just making sure I didn't forget a step. Yep, okay, I was right. Or I'm sorry, I was not right. I was thinking I needed to do the zipper, but... Alright, so I want to make sure I have my front piece. And then This is the zipper. This is the end piece. I always leave it a little longer than the pattern tells you to, because I've had issues in the past where I've had in fact, it was the sonar pattern that I love. It's a lot like this. It has a curved edge, or I'm sorry, top, and I could not for the life of me get the zipper on because it was cut like right at the edge, and I'm just not that good at doing zippers yet. I'm still fairly new, so yeah. We're not going to have that issue this time though. All right, so what I'm going to do, because I know that it's going to need it, I'm going to go ahead, I should have done this earlier, but I was running out of time. First of all, that center mark that I have, I'm going to go ahead and draw with the pen because nobody will see it on the back side so that I remember which snip is the center line. That was a problem I had with the last bag I made. After I made the snips, I couldn't tell which one was the actual middle piece anymore. I'm going to take my middle pieces, line them up. Oh, nope, I was doing snips, sorry. See, distractions. I'm going to do this just like I did the gusset. Typically, I don't do this, and the reason you're not going to even be able to see this is because we're doing basically what's called a recessed zipper, and it's made with the plackets on the side, and so when you nest this all together and do the final stitches, you can't even see it. Normally I would try something else, and sometimes you probably could still snip there. In fact, I think I did do that with my last bag. It just kind of needed a little bit more. And if you find yourself doing that, go ahead and do it, as long as it's going to be something where you're going to be flipping it over or doing a top stitch on another piece and it's going to be underneath, then do that. One thing I will say is her pattern, Siah's pattern, this one, it does say after you make, or as you're making your zipper plackets, you're going to want to trim off just on the placket pieces, not the actual zipper. If I can help it, I never ever cut into my zipper because that just causes all sorts of possible problems. So always cut into something else other than your zipper. And in this pattern, she actually has you go back and either use pinking shears or make snips like this, and trim up the back of the zipper, and using pinking shears if you have to, or whatever. And I didn't do it with the red and black bag that I'm working on because it didn't feel thick to me. So I was like, oh, I don't think it's gonna need it. It needed it. I should have just listened. Okay, so before you start to do this, you have your snips made. If you are like many of us and you open your bags a certain way, which I think somebody said 90% or 80% of the population are right-handed people, you're gonna wanna make the bag right-handed. If I know somebody's left-handed, I'll ask them, do you want it right-handed or left-handed? A lot of times the lefties, they've already learned how to adapt their, like when they're using things, they're already using it as a right-handed person anyways, but I do always ask just in case. So I personally make them right-sided, which means I want my zipper on the left side. So I know this is gonna freak some of you out because when I was new to bag making, it freaked me out. You're gonna take the zipper pull off. Okay. In the pattern, it tells you where to mark on your zipper so that you know which side is what. And then I knew this is my top, my front side. I know I want this to open this way, and I know pretty sides go together. So I'm going to move this down just a little bit, and then I'm going to put this over because that's where it's going to end up. Okay. And now I'm going to take my middle mark, which is right there. Let me put it on this side because it's not. Do it this way. And just remember, nobody's going to see the back side. Okay, that pen doesn't like me anymore. All right. All right, so pretty sides together. Like that. And then center pieces together. And then if you're like me, you're still going to second guess yourself 100 times. So I'm going to put that's not right. hang on. Right sides are together. Yeah, I'm gonna want, I think I got the wrong piece here. That's the orientation. I didn't have this problem last night. If any of you have made it, feel free to chime in. I will not be offended. I know the right sides are going to go together. I think it's this one. I'm trying to remember when I did that one. And then sometimes I don't write it, but I can look at the bag I'm working on or a previous bag and kind of tell how I did something. So I'm just going to take a look at this real quick. Actually, you know what a better thing to do is? Look at your pattern. She tells you, she shows you picture by picture. Don't guess. Look at your pattern. Zipper information starts on page 7. And then I am on different page. Okay. I'm looking at page, if you get stuck on this step also, I'm on page 9 and I'm looking at her illustrations. And sometimes I do have to turn it around, oops, just like they have it in the picture, because that's just the learning style I have. And then it's going to go like that. Okay. So again, she has great instructions, and it makes it a lot easier than guessing. So look at your pictures and make sure you're following correctly. Okay, so I always do one in the middle and then one on each side of the middle. And then I kind of see, now she tells you in the pattern that this part is going to kind of be wavy. It's going to be turned up. See how it's kind of turning up and wanting to turn up? That's fine. That's why we've got these snips. And then if it's a little too stiff like this one is, you've got that seam allowance you can use. Put you some snips in it. Again, I never ever cut the zipper, but this is the placket to the zipper. That's not going to bother. As long as you don't cut into your stitches, you're good to go. If you do cut into your stitches, it's not the end of the world. Just correct it before it causes a mess. There you go. That's better. I appreciate you guys taking the time out of your schedules today to be watching me. I have said before, but just in case you weren't here when I said it, one of my goals this year is to reach 500 subscribers by the end of the year, and then to post and upload more. So in order to get subscribers, you have to be active. So I'm trying to be more active. All right, now what I'm going to do before I forget is I'm going to go right back over to this one and put this one in so that I don't get a little twisted again. Excuse me one moment, I'm going to take a drink. All right, let's see. That was that way. Now this one, you're going to want the zipper to go the opposite way. So another easy way to figure it out, this has the top side, the turny side. This has the round side. You want the opposite to be on this side because they're going to be facing each other when you're all done. So that is going to go that way. But I still need to cut these in little snips. So something else fun, I'm sure most of you already know, but I'm taking classes right now to become a sewing machine repair technician, and I would like to refurbish some of the old vintage style machines that are out there. And I've been training and taking classes online for probably about 6 months now. And that will be another thing that I'm getting up and running this year. And as a sewist in our community, there's always a need for more sewing or technicians, I mean. Excuse me. And so with COVID, we found that a lot of the old mom and pop type stores who were, well, originally they started being in like the vacuum, like Kirby vacuum and stuff. They started in those facilities. And when COVID hit, a lot of the problems that we came with were not having people to repair your machines anymore. This needs to be the other way around. Wait a minute. That's not right. I'm sorry, I'll get back to that topic in a little bit maybe. One saying we have is pretty sides together, and I just realized this is not the pretty side together. But the picture I was looking at, I'm reading the directions. Give me 1 minute. Yeah, I don't think that's right. I think I need to reverse it. Pretty sides together. All right. Sorry, this is part of making bags. So when we say it takes us a while to make bags, this is why. We don't do it perfectly all the time. Unfortunately, we'd love to be able to say we did. Okay. That's the front of my zip. I want it to open this way. So I had the right, I don't know if I had the right piece at this point either. I don't remember which one I put down. Let me put 2 of them on and 3 of them on, and then I'm going to see if it still matches the pictures. Yeah, that matches. Okay, I'll come back to that one and get this one done first. Yeah, because then, yep. Doesn't matter how long you've been making bags, sometimes you still get a little turned around, especially on new patterns. Now, once I do a pattern maybe 2 times, I barely even look at the instructions. And when I do, it's just because I'm having a, you know, what we always call a blonde moment. I hear my dogs in there whining. They don't understand why Daddy's in here sewing with Mom. Poor things. Kinsey's in here. She's always in here with me. She has her little bed in here. And John was just pointing out how cute she was because he's in here. She was like on a different area than she normally lays. Okay, this is going to be the back, which means it's going to be backwards. Yeah, that's right. But she had her head in a little cabinet thingy, or like one of these things, only smaller. Cutie patooties. Now once we get this part done, it should be fairly quick. We are almost done with the bag. I know it may not seem like it, but we are. And like I said, I'm going to get with the winner, Brenda, and see what kind of strap she would like. Okay, thanks, Jan. Drive safely. Alrighty. Alright, so again, your zipper is going to be a little curved. That's fine. That's the way it's supposed to be. You know what? I'm pretty sure, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm pretty sure I accidentally sewed this part incorrectly. So maybe that's why I was struggling a little bit. Be interesting to see. Oh, here's my little zipper pull. Let me get that out of the way. Make sure if you switched your length over for top stitching like I did, make sure you have it back to what you would like your actual stitch to be. Instead of pulling through these threads, since it's all going to be on the inside that nobody's going to see on the inside of the bag, I'm just going to back stitch there. I had plans to go get my nails done with cute little Valentine stuff, and it just didn't happen. So you guys got plain nails. Kenzie's up in John's lap. That's when she gets, like, I've been sewing for a while, she'll like come stand next to me and like, Mom, you're ignoring me and I'm sitting right here in the room with you. So she's now in John's lap. All right, so that's what your panel's looking like. Here's that part. I'm going to put a couple pieces of tape right here. That foam is lifting up. It's driving me nuts. This is double-sided tape. My machine doesn't have a problem with it. Oh, I forgot to get the, what I thought was, it was making some funny sounds, and sometimes that's because the adhesive from the double-sided tape is gunking up, is what we call it, the needle. And if that happens, all you gotta do is take some rubbing alcohol and it'll take it off. I try to keep the tape in places I'm not going to be sewing, but sometimes it can't be helped. Alright, so there's that one. Yep, that's right. And now, let's see. Yep, and that's opposite, so that's definitely right. Alrighty. Remind me to have you WD-40 this thing. I don't know if it's been like that and I just didn't notice it, or if it's because it's so quiet in here and now I'm noticing it, but it's driving me crazy. As I remove my clips, I'm making sure my fingers are holding down the material. Kenzie, are you getting rocked by Daddy? You get extra time. And I know I've seen a lot of people bragging and being super happy that this is a one bobbin bag. So if that's important to you, then just know that. If you guys have any suggestions for quick, easy, good vibes sending, oh, I missed it. If you guys have any suggestions for those, feel free to send them my way. I'm looking for very, 1 or 2 words. Like this one says, "You're loved." Alright, so I need to go back to this part here. It wasn't that I wasn't sewing on it, it's just I was sewing where the snips were. And I need to not be sewing in that spot. I didn't realize it had slipped down a little bit. It's kind of right where the foam is, so that's probably why I didn't notice it had slipped. Go over just a tiny bit compared to where it was. See if that did the job. Yep, that got that whole side. Let me make sure nothing else is too close to the edge. She might start barking in a minute. I hear the neighbor's dogs outside. I swear they're having barking contests. I don't know how they determine who wins, but I felt one other place that didn't show that it was. Yeah, there they go. I'm gonna just fix this one a little bit. It's almost there. I just don't want it to tear on anybody. Oh, dogs. They're so wonderful. Truly. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. Even if you're quiet, it's keeping me going because I know people are watching, so I appreciate it. Ouch. All right, let me heat seal these last couple things I did. I'm just kind of giving it the body it's going to need. And then let me add tape to this one too. Just don't get into anything because I'm almost done. trying to convince my husband not to get working on his car. Did you get a car piece in today? I mean, that's what I mean. Something to do in your car. That's what came right before we started. Yeah. Just don't make it a long project, okay? Because I'm hungry. Alright, so now we have both of our exteriors done. And let me burn this off real quick. I keep seeing it. Oh, okay, it was with spray piece standing by. Alright, grab a drink. Hey, will you give me a refill though before you go out, please? Make sure it's the right juice, not the full one. Okay, so now we're gonna do, I'm gonna just make sure. Yeah, now we're gonna do the gusset. Alright, so both sides look the same, so I don't think there would be anything you'd wanna like keep in mind. The center ends are matched. Right sides are together. Clips are on the ground. I do this the same way as we did the interior pieces. I do, you know, one in the middle, one on each side. Then I go over to the curved edge. Yeah, let's see, how does she... I do need to put rivets in this gusset first, actually. Alright, let me, I don't have to, well, I'm going to go ahead and unpin it. That'll be easier anyways. I'm going to put rivets here. It just helps with the sturdiness of your bag. Let me measure it out. Sometimes I do it willy-nilly, but I shouldn't. I'll put it that way. Well, you know what I'm gonna do is use that as my measurement. Thank you, babe. Alright, I'm just gonna put a little dot right in the middle of the circle. I was gonna measure, but then I forgot I had these on already. So I'm just flipping it down and then putting a dot right in the middle of that circle. Yep, they match. Alright, so we're going to put a hole in it. I have a rivet press, but I don't like how you can't quite see where you need to be when you're punching holes, so I don't ever use it for my hole punching, but I do use it to clamp down the rivets because strength is one thing I lack with my disability, and there you go. And you barely have to use any strength at all to use the rivet press. I've got mine from what's it called? Cam Snaps. But there's other brands out there too, but I can vouch for Cam Snaps. Okay, you're just gonna make sure you poke out all those extra little pieces of foam and stuff that might be in there. And then let me check which rivet size it's gonna be. Depending on your size thickness, you wanna make sure when you put a rivet in, I'll show you, but I'm not sure how well it'll pick up on here. But you're gonna want to choose a rivet that's the right size. If you choose one that is too small, I just see these flying everywhere. If you choose one that's too small, then it will not let you clasp anything on there. If you choose one too big, there will be too much play. The way that I have learned, and I don't remember where I learned it, but it was probably one of the Facebook groups or something. When you put a rivet in, that's what it's going to look like on that side. I'm sorry if you can hear the dogs outside. My husband let them out. And then when you put a rivet on, you barely want to see it come up. There's just enough space on this rivet right there. There's just enough space. Sorry if you hear my husband yelling at the dogs to come in. I meant to grab my ear pods so you wouldn't hear stuff like that, but I forgot. But there's just enough room to let that cap. I use double capped rivets, just my preference. I heard somebody else say they only use single-sided rivets for bag making, but I don't know why. I remember her telling why, but I don't remember who it was, and I don't remember the reasons why she said. All right, so give me 1 minute. I'm gonna walk over to my cam snap real quick. And it takes barely any strength to put a press on. At the very beginning, I was over pressing them so they were getting like concave. And I thought it was because I was using the wrong size or something, but what you doing, girly? So now we have 2 rivets. All right, now, dog is good. Okay, once again, it's pretty sides together. Gonna center up those things. You're gonna make sure your pretty sides together. You're gonna make sure that your zipper is down and you're connecting the placket side. Lay down, Kinsey. You might hear me have to talk to the dog a little more than I have been. Yeah, that's perfect filling. I was wondering if I would have to add any snips, but it does not feel like it. Kinsey, lay down, baby. Mackenzie, good girl. She's laying down, just not where she usually does. All right, you might be wanting to pull this up. I don't recommend doing that until you get your center stabilized. Like I said, I usually put 1 on each side and then I'll do a couple after that. And then just kind of work my way out. I'm pulling with my fingers so that it stays nice and tight up here. There's no gaps or anything like that. Okay. Mackenzie, come lay down. What's this part? Oh, that's the pocket. Or the... Mackenzie, good girl. She's not laying in her bed. All right, so back side of that, your right sides are together. Yep. And now I'm gonna sew, I think this way is gonna be the best. Oh, let me do that. I'm so crazy. This is not, that is not right at all. Somebody should have yelled at me. This is not the top. That's how you usually make a recess zipper though, I will say. At least my mind was on autopilot doing something. That's supposed to be the bottom. Who's online? Which bag maker should I say didn't yell for me and say, hey girl, you're doing it wrong? I see there's people in here. I just don't know. I don't know how accurate that thing is, honestly. I may be talking to myself. That's so funny. I was ready to go sew it down too. That's why I was looking. I was like, why does this look so different? Because you're doing it wrong. All right, we're going to do the bottom. Then we're going to flip it over. That's where I got lost. I was looking at the zipper to find out if I... Yeah, okay, so you're going to make sure your zipper's laying down. Looks like I might be buffering. You're going to make sure any of your hardware is turned down. That way you're not accidentally stitching it. And then you're going to... I'm going to actually, before I even go any further on that, I'm going to take this part of my zipper that's kind of sticking out. It's the same length of the bag. I'm gonna turn that in so I don't accidentally sew on it, but I can't have anything there. It's gonna have to be on this side. Yeah, that'll work for now. See, it's gonna be like right in the way if I don't do that. At least this way I'll remember there's something there. Anyways, put your zipper or your D-ring down, whatever you chose. Yeah, I can't do it that way. It's gonna be in the way. All right, I'm gonna pull it in this way just a bit. I don't wanna change the way that this looks. And then I'm gonna pin it there. That's what I did yesterday. All right, let's try it again. You're gonna take your top and you're gonna measure the sides right here. The angles are gonna make you, okay, it's not gonna let me do it that way. Let me try, just without, and then I'll pin it once it's out of the way. Your tops are gonna line up like that, but they're not gonna quite match because you just want the edges to match right here. I'll figure out that zipper in just a minute. And then right there is gonna line up to the other side. So that's the part you want to be straight. Let's see. Usually I just kind of clamp this top part and that helps, but I just got to remember not to sew that top part. Okay, now let me see how I want to get my zipper out of the way. See how it's just kind of sticking right up there? I'm going to just turn it down and then clip it. But I might have to use one of these, which I'm worried might get in the way. So let's see. Okay, that should be fine. All right, so now I have my top edge clipped. I'm just showing you what I was working on. It might have been hard to tell. This right here, this is all the side part of the bag, okay? I'm just moving that so you can see. Whoops. Add that to the list of things I've got to pick up. I'm gonna get some of them now because they're right by the pedal and I don't want to accidentally do that. It's a trick somebody taught me at a sewing retreat last year to get one of these because it helps you pick up anything metal you drop. And the reason I thought it was such a great idea is because I have neuropathy, so I can't feel my feet. And so even though I'm fairly aware of my surroundings, sometimes there will be a random clip or something, you know, or I'll drop scissors and it's easier to grab that than move my whole chair and all that jazz. All right, so right now what I'm doing is I'm just kind of looking to see how things are going to fit together. Whoops. Anything else? I'm just kind of testing this gusset to see if I'm going to need to make any snips. Now, I know that if you're a bag maker and probably a sewist at all, you know some of the easiest angles to work on what you're doing is putting it in your lap. So I apologize for having to do that a lot, but it is what it is. All right, so that's about as tight as I can get before I'm going to need to start making snips. I'm going to go to the other side and see if it's the same way. Okay, once again, I'm going to turn my D-ring, or in this case, my triangle ring down. That's going to go up. Zipper's still going to be in the way on this side too. Yeah, I could put this one here and that'll be out of the way fine. Yeah. Alrighty, so the zipper's going to go down. Line up my edges here. Now the good news is this time we're not going to need to leave an edge open because this is the exterior. I need to get some more clips. So we made our hole in the interior because this, believe it or not, is going to be what they called birthed. It's going to be pulled out. It's going to help pull out the, you're going to pull out the exterior fabrics through the interior fabrics. I'm just kind of, this almost doesn't need to be cut, but it doesn't line up quite right if I don't. All right, so you can see on the sides that they're sticking out. So that tells me where I'm going to want to start with putting little snips. I'm going to do this in my lap so that I have control over it, but I'm going to be doing it on these parts right here. You're going to do it not just in the spot you're doing, and remember to keep it like about 1/8 of an inch or so right in your seam allowance. That way, no matter what you do, you're going to catch it, and it's going to be hidden in the long run. That's one side done. Like I said, I take the furthest points and I kind of use my fingers on the inside, pushing them out. See? And then that lets me kind of get those furthest points matched up. And then the rest can just be kind of like this. And you'll know kind of where they're at. This gusset fits perfectly. It wasn't quite so perfect on the little one that I did yesterday because, like I said, I accidentally cut out stabilizer and exterior pieces, and instead of wasting them, I was like, well, I'll just go ahead and make a little tiny version. I did not enjoy that one as much, I gotta say. It was a lot harder. All right. I'm going to put just a couple more in this. Yeah, there you go. So it's got a little bit more relief. That's all it's doing is kind of relieving the fabric from pulling. You can never use too many of these clips, so don't feel like you're a failure if you see people sewing without them and you have to use a bunch of them. It's okay. We all started somewhere. And some of us will never be at that phase, and that's fine. Let's see. Yep, on that side. So again, I'm just using my fingers to find the most exterior point that needs to be matched up, and that lined them all up perfectly, just putting those little slits in there like that. Now this is the part where you have those little accent pieces on the front too, and one thing I wanted to make sure I was leaving plenty of space for was to be able to see those correctly. Whoops. The one I did yesterday just did not, it kind of ate them up a little bit, but that could have just been a size issue in the piping too, so we'll see. I'm just filling in some of the gaps up here just to make it easier. now I'm just going to kind of look at it and see if I see anything obvious that I need to attend to. Okay, so like this here flapped back up. I'll flap it down like this. And then make sure my little D-rings or triangle rings are down. Move that because it's going to be in the way. Alrighty, we're almost done. We got this side and the next side, just like the first time, it will go much smoother. Oopsie. Alright, let's see. Alright, again, make sure everything's pushed down. I'm going to make sure, I'm actually going to pull that up. I think that'll be easier to get it, make sure I can hold it out of the way. Alright, before I take any clips off and before I put it up to the needle, I kind of do a test how it feels. Alright, remember you're also going to start at one seam width, seam allowance, and then you're going to turn down to another one. Every time I look up and look at the camera to make sure that I'm in shot, I'm still irritated that it's portrait view instead of landscape. That drives me nuts. I can't stand when videos do that. I'll have to figure out how I fix that for next time. Okay, again, don't be afraid to like push down on your bag and stuff. If it's going to have any issues, you want it to have issues while you're working on it so you can get them fixed. Start tapering a little bit. Again, if you're watching and you'd like to say hi, feel free to say hi. We've already done the drawing. Brenda won. I will get with Brenda privately and see what kind of strap they're going to want. I don't have to stop for any hole because we put the hole on the interior pieces. That will be how we turn the bag, or birth the bag as some people call it. I'll put some rubbing alcohol on my needle real quick. When you have a cut on your hand, alcohol will tell you, won't it? I have to oil my machine today too. Okay, I got that one. This one. Alright, she should start sounding a little better now. Thank you guys for sticking in with me. I appreciate it. Although the drawing has already been done, I just want to reiterate that if you would like to enter into another little freebie, after this live is published, make a comment and tell me what your favorite thing about this bag was, or just say hi, whatever. But make sure you like. If you haven't already subscribed, I'd love for you guys to subscribe. My goal for 2025 is 500 subscribers, which I know for some people that's like itty bitty, but we all start somewhere, right? and I would be happy to have you guys around. I will be going live more often and creating tutorials and stuff this year. I was doing testing last year and practicing that, and so I did a lot of testing projects, and one thing I noticed is that there weren't a lot of user-centric. I'm making sure that D-ring is down, or in my case triangle ring, pushed it down, make sure that's out of the way. But I noticed that there hasn't been a whole lot of, and I don't know, some designers I know don't want other people to make any videos, and I totally get it. Any videos I make, I won't show any measurements or share any measurements past, like, everybody knows top stitching is 1/8 of an inch, so like that's pretty much going to be every pattern. Okay, just making sure that was right. But I know some don't allow it, and that's fine, totally fine, of course. But I would like to get into doing more actual tutorials that I can edit. Lives, I know I'm really not that great at it right now, so I really appreciate you guys tuning in, especially because it's a lot later than, or a lot longer than I thought it would be, even with all the shortcuts I did before I started. Where's the part? Oh. I can't find the part that I cut off. There it is. But with practice comes better results. And hopefully by the end of the year, I'll be way better and my photos and videos will not be portrait mode. All right, so again, I'm just gonna shut those, push those ones down. We're gonna put pretty sides together. You're gonna start at your interior center marks. We are going to go around and trim the gusset here before we try to do anything else. Any other steps than this, I mean, like putting the bag together. We still need to trim those down a little bit, but this is just going to be more of the first, more of the exact same steps. I can't tell if that's my eyes or what's going on here. I'm seeing too much pink. I shouldn't be seeing pink like that. If you haven't already, feel free to like this video for me. I would appreciate that. Okay, now I'm going to go back over here. Oops, that one fell out. Oh no, I haven't even done these ones yet. That's what we're looking at so far. Yeah, I definitely did something there that I measured something wrong, I think, because it does not look right. Come on. Okay, that side's going to be used, so we'll put it right here. Actually, no, what I should do, no, that's going to need to be out of the way too still. One. Alrighty. Now we're going to take this panel. I already got the centers pinned together, so now we need to bring this one up. And this is where I do this a little bit better. You're going to be doing the other side of that gusset. And make sure you keep it nice and straight. And then we'll add our little slits here in just a minute. Normally, I want to just say this because it just kind of popped into my mind. Normally, when I put the rivets on, I will use, I call them spacers, but I don't know if that's technically what they are, but something so that it, as it's pulling, it's got some extra protection. The reason I didn't do that this time is because obviously it's got all this extra, it's got stabilizer underneath, it's got the foam here. I didn't think it needed any extra there, so. Alright, that side's as done as it's going to get. Now we're going to go over to this side. Make sure your D-ring or whatever it is you're using Thanks, Mary Beth. Make sure all your stuff is pushed out of the way. If you are not a bag maker and you like this bag, I can always make another one, and it would be for sale. I haven't worked up the cost yet, but if you're interested, let me know. And also, if you are interested, but maybe not this particular set of fabric together, we can always do a custom order. Custom orders right now are taking about 14 days, give or take what's going on. So I'm playing catch up right now from the illnesses that we were getting over. So that's why it's a little pushed back right now, but usually it's not quite that long. All right, there you go. Let me do some more on this side. It's a cute little bag. I love the style of it. When I was, you know, doing everything with kids, I think it would have been way too small. But now that I'm not, you know, having to make sure I have like baby wipes with me and, you know, things that should go into a diaper bag but never end up there, it would be a little bit too small for back then, but Christy now loves it. All right, so I've done just like I did the first time. Let's see. Everything but the corners is in there. Now I'm going to come and I'm going to put little slits and snips in there. I don't personally think that you can put too many of these in. I try not to put any more than I think I'll need, but I have never run into having too many where there were any issues from it. If you know of an issue, let me know, because that would be kind of good to know. Sometimes we don't know until somebody else has done it and something happened. I don't want to cut there because that's the... Need to come a little bit further down. We need one more snip right there. Right where this, let me try to cut it the other way. I kind of need one right where the seam is at. So I'm going right next to the stitches that I did. See if that'll help. Oh yeah, that pushed better. This is the long, this is at the part of the bag where I start getting tired. So I'm really, really glad I did a lot of the tedious stuff before I got on. Not that you can tell by how long this video has taken, but whatever. The next one will be better probably, right? Hopefully. That's what they say, practice makes perfect. Kenzie, leave it. Mackenzie, leave it. She's got a little owie on her paw that I can hear her licking on. Mackenzie. Where are you at? I can't see you. Come here. Come here, Kenzie. I don't like you being over there. I can't see you. You might get yourself into trouble. All right, since I know Brenda, and I know Brenda has dogs, and frankly, Brenda is also, come on, come on. I see you stretching. Come on. Also a family member, so I know she won't mind if I pick up my dog while I'm working on her. Her face needs brushed and cut, but she got an owie, so I stopped grooming her. And she didn't get an owie from the grooming. You saying hi to everybody? Oh, Piggy, excuse you. This is our littlest one. What are you doing? You trying to look and see who I'm talking to? All right, you ready to get down? Are you ready to get down? You wanna go lay down? She's like, no, Mommy, you didn't give me enough attention. All right, that's it. Go lay down. Alrighty. She's like, that's all I wanted. Just a little bit of attention, Mom. And again, if I was making a bag for public or anybody else, I wouldn't have picked her up, but I know Brenda loves animals, so she definitely would not mind. Alright, so I'm just kind of, the second side is a little bit harder sometimes because you're just trying to figure out where you can fit your hands, while the first side you're just doing it for the first time. So don't like the way that's sticking out like that. I'm gonna do like I did the first time around and cut just a couple little slits on the main exterior pieces. I'm staying outside of that seam allowance still. Make sure you don't go past the stitches. If you do, make sure you put some fray check or something on it, and it won't cause any issues. Yeah, that's much better. I think I might go back to the other side and see if maybe that's what I need to do there. I think I forgot that I did that while I was on the other side. All right, so I've got a bunch of clips. Let me see. Oh, it looks good. I don't think I'm gonna worry about taking it off and doing it again. All right, and then like when I have one clip left, half the time I'm like, well, I might as well put it on there. All right, this part is a little bit harder, and I might have to remove my bed, this part here, because it's a little bit bigger. I'm gonna take a quick drink. Okay. Since the other side is already done, this part may give me a little bit more issue, and I just realized I put my little snips on the wrong way, or my, whatever those things are called. And before I started stitching, I was coming in to check these and the triangle rings because they came undone again. I'm actually going to use, I think, now that I'm not working on that piece, on these ones, I'm going to use a smaller clip because I think the other ones are just a little too big and that's why they're falling off, which is cool, no biggie. That one's still there, that one's still there. Triangle rings are down. All right. So I think, yeah, I'm gonna switch all these around. Sorry, I know. I just sometimes don't realize what side I'm on. And I'm pretty picky about that. And I don't know, like I said, I don't know if it would make a difference anyways. Where's that one little clip? Did I use it? I must have. Really? It's just going to be a lot easier if I clip the opposite way than they are when I'm putting it on the bed of my. I already turned that one deep. No. Yeah, that's right. So they're kind of opposite of each other, it almost seems like. Crazy. Don't forget, once this airs, go back and leave a comment, not just talking in live. In fact, you might be able to do it now that I'm actually streaming live. I'm going to be using a random generator to select the winner for the little gift that I'm going to give away, and I will pay shipping if you're not local. You have to be in the US or be willing to pay shipping if you're not. I do ship to APO addresses for the military or government employees. I don't know if they use them, but I'm thinking of one friend now that is overseas, so she might be using one if she wanted to play along. I'm planning to start going live once a week, maybe for my one take Wednesdays, because those ones I don't do any editing for. I have several that are recorded, but YouTube keeps giving me issues with uploading them, saying things like file to, I don't know, I can't remember what it's saying, but it'll time out on me. That's the part I'm having issues with. It's timing out on me. And I don't know why. So anyways, One Take Wednesdays, I specifically made so I didn't have to do any editing, and they were not, hopefully they would be quick, short things. Do another look just in case. Everything still looks good. All right, so this one I'm just gonna lay down again. I'm just gonna crunch the bag and try to get it out of the way. Alrighty, let's get this done. Well, that did not sound right. Almost sounded like my needle hit something. That's way above where my... I think it just hit this here. I think we're good. It's not hitting anything on the bottom. I think the back end just hit this little clip. You guys probably were able to see what that is. Oh, probably not because the zipper's in the way. Or whatever, not the zipper, that. Alright, anyways, let's get it done. She's thick. You're always smushing and pushing. Ouch. Oh, I just noticed this little thing now. This is supposed to be here. Did I knock it out of there too? I did. That can cause tension issues, so I noticed that I try to get it corrected on the spot. There you go. just saw white, meaning I missed a hole. I think it must have been a stabilizer. Not only am I moving this foam around, I'm using my fingers and I'm pushing down as hard as I can, like on these areas right here. Well, right, you can't see that. Like these areas right here, I'm pushing down to make sure it's not, like nothing's popped in the way or something. That's why when it made that kind of thunk noise, I was like, I'm not near anything. What was that? Smush this side around. Oh, that's why I thought it was the white. It's the white part. Okay, that's still down. That's still down. Fingers are not in the way. Push that side back out. I bet that's how I just popped that thread out just like it just did. Almost there, guys. I'm right by that D-ring now, so I'm just kind of making sure I'm not. There's the zipper. Put that a little bit further. Okay. Just a little bit of finger gymnastics going on here. Go. All right, before you do any trimming, you should always kind of either flip your bag right side out or get it to where you can see what it's basically going to look like. I have a feeling I might have went a little too far over because I'm seeing a lot of, see, that's the accent piece. So I just want to kind of double check that real quick before I cut any extras off or anything like that. So this is a good point to take a look at things. Again, I take my fingers. Oh, you can see it really good when I did that. See how I'm rubbing my fingers right through the interior? That way I can see if I have any holes anywhere I need to fix before I even turn it. Okay, I'm going to do it this side. Oh, forgot that string. Come on. Can't remember if I flipped it over already. Yeah, see, that one looks good. Well, that one looks the same. Maybe it's right. Yeah, I definitely want to fix that other part, the next one I make. Not that it's anything wrong with it, it's just preference. That's all. All right, this is how you're going to do it. I'm going to come back in, so I'm not going to like waste a whole lot of time. You can see a lot. Jan, I think, is no longer with us, Gypsy Woman, Wendy. You can kind of see inside, but she should be back whenever she gets a chance. If you don't want to turn it inside out to look, you can just kind of look in there and get a pretty good view. I still, oh wait, that's way off. Anyways, I'm going to address that in a minute. I know, you know what, Mary Beth? Mary Beth said we need to make a Scooby-Doo bag that holds credit cards and bills too. I actually have been looking and joining specific groups just because they said they had Scooby-Doo fabric, but I have not seen anything listed yet. There's a lot of what they call pre-orders where they order the fabric, but they don't order it until you pay for it. So like they do rounds and they'll say, okay, round 2's open or whatever. What am I tearing? That doesn't sound good. That should not be tearing that easily. But I've been joining some just for your fabric, so I'm still looking. I know I haven't gotten it back to you on it yet. I mean, I have. I've been telling you I'm looking, but I'm still looking. I haven't forgotten, I promise. I actually have somebody who's going to sublimate some fabrics for me, and that's one that I can't sublimate it until I have a graphic for it. So I'm looking. I'm working on it. Okay. All right, so this is just a test. I'm going to still turn it back in a minute and trim those pieces out. But this is just kind of giving me an idea of what it looks like, which is pretty dang cute. Which I already knew it was going to be cute. Dang, that thing is still not... I'm going to have to fix this zipper. Oh, this is the other one. This is the one I fixed before. Alright, and I'm going to cut. I'm just going to heat seal that. That's probably just from turning it out. The same thing, the same issue that I had on the other zipper, I just noticed this. I don't know if I did that. I heard something kind of tearing while I was turning it, but that was this side here, which before I trim off, I do another round of stitching so that that doesn't happen when you guys get the bags. So I'm going to go back and fix that, but I need to, while this is on my mind, I need to go ahead and fix this. And it's turned it a great way for me to be able to do it. As soon as I fix that, I'll show you guys what we've got so far. Yeah, it looks like we might have gotten some new viewers. If we have, thank you for joining us. We've already done the raffle. Brenda won it, in case Brenda is just tuning in now. I'll say that again. If you leave a comment, not in the live, like the top chat and stuff like that, not in that part, but an actual comment on the video, I'm doing another drawing where I'm going to use a random generizer that will pick out a winner, and then I'm going to send them a little something too. So if you leave a comment, you'll be entered in to win. I had fun doing this raffle, but I'm not sure if it's something that people are interested in right now. I know the last week alone for some of my friends has been kind of not the greatest because of what's going on, and some of them have either been told that they might lose their job or have lost their jobs. So I know that, and Valentine's Day, I know that things were a little tough this time, so I might do another one in a month or two and see how it goes. Let's try to pull it all the way back here. All right, I'm going to come back to this part then. Again, these are things that they're frustrating to find, but I would much rather find it now than when a client has purchased a bag from me, or even if somebody won it, I would still want them to let me know if something happened. So again, it's still something that I'd rather fix now and not have a customer either know about or deal with. I think I just need to increase the seam allowance on that one, on the zipper when I connect it to the bag. Or, I mean, I don't think I'm using the seam allowance she suggested anyways. I think I was going a little bit bigger because when I did it yesterday, I was having a hard time hitting, like keeping stuff in the seams. So that's why I thought this time, or things were too thick is what it was. So I don't know if that's part of the problem, or I know it's on my end because I'm fairly new to bag making, I guess you could say, and I totally trust Siah. So I'm sure it's on my end and not the patterns. I'm just kind of, I went back even further than where it was letting go, just so that I could preemptively hopefully catch that. But again, the person who won this drawing just happened to be my mom, family member. No cheating was involved. You guys saw me draw it live. So I'm gonna definitely be like, please keep me updated on this bag. See, looking at that, I feel like it's too far in, but okay, Wendy says that I had the same issue with mine. I found that I had to do bigger than an 1/8. That's what I'm running into. So maybe it isn't me. That could be, I mean, it could be so many things, but I still chalk it up to me instead of Siah. But you know, you get used to sewing things in one, like your top stitch is always 1/8 of an inch, and then your other pieces, like I usually sew about 1/4 of an inch. So when I get a pattern, usually I honestly don't even follow it. I just use my same allowances that I always use. That needs to be sewed down too. But this one I tried to use the exact seam allowances and everything. I was trying to be a good girl. Oh, this isn't even the one I was just working on, I don't think. This is one that tore when I was turning it out. I heard 2 little pops. But again, as I say, I would much rather learn this now than have a client take it home and me have to repair it. That's just not good business. Yeah, I think I might be somebody who has to increase that allowance all the way around for the zipper. I'm just going, because I'm having this issue, I'm just going to go ahead and go down all the way again. It could be the snips I made too. I'm not tearing through any of them, but just kind of ironic. It is kind of refreshing though, Wendy, to hear that somebody else had that issue too. I just always chalk everything up to me being new. Well, not, I mean, I've been sewing bags for about a year now, maybe a year and a half, but it's still new to me. Some of these people have been sewing for decades. And I am just somebody who just happened to get into it. Whoops, I just snipped something. Nothing too important because I don't see anything. Alright, let me double check this one. Alright, that one looks good. Okay, so just to give you kind of a little preview, again, I've still got to go in and do a double layer, not a double layer, a double stitch, and I still have to trim out the pieces, but this is what the bag's looking like now. Isn't that so cute? See how it looks a little wrinkly? That's just from the interfacing. You can fix that just by molding it with your hands and sometimes putting some heat inside. Okay, and then I gotta fix this part when I turn it back out because that's where I tore, and then I already fixed the zipper where I tore. So this is how nasty the inside looks. So I'm gonna go through, everything will lay good. Just checking the foam and see if I need to trim that anywhere, but it doesn't look like it. Now that once I'm pushing it into place, it doesn't look bad where it's falling, so I think that's good to go. And those accent pieces, they really aren't cut off like I thought they would be when I was looking inside. And yeah, see, that's kind of cute. Remember when I told you I accidentally cut, well, if you've been here this long, I told you I accidentally cut the gusset pieces wrong, and it was 3 individual pieces. And so what I did was I sewed it at 1/4 inch and then taped down the inside 1/8 inch on each side. So I've got little seams here and a little seam here, but it's still kind of cute, right? It still gives it a little bit of character. Nothing in the middle. But I still think I measured something wrong here. I'm going to have to, I mean, it fits 1.5 inch hardware. That's what it said it should fit, but I don't know. For some reason, it just looks a lot bigger than everybody else's that I'm seeing. So, anyways, that's something I'll handle. That's just one of them bag maker things where, well, artist things in general, like you'll do something and you're like, that's not right. I'm going to not do that again, or I'm going to tweak it this way or that way. You know, we call them pattern hacks, you know, things that either you just didn't like about how something turned out, something like that. But, oops, don't want you guys flipping around. I need foam to stay where you're at. I might add a little bit of tape on the bottom now that I'm done with the sewing. I might add a little bit of tape. I'm just debating on if it would actually pull up as I'm turning things and cause an issue. I don't know. I'll think about it. While I'm here, let me go back and do this part again. Because this is where I accidentally tore it. You used 3/4 inch? Yeah, that'd probably be good. How many of the bags have you made, Wendy? And is Wendy your name, or is that just part of your screen name? I've seen you in chats on other channels. I don't remember what your real name is if it's not Wendy. I'm going to come back down a little bit further. I'm just looking where I popped the stitches to see if I can see, like the tear stops here. The tear stops here, but when I'm looking at my bobbin stitch, the bottom part of it, I can see where it was starting to not mess up, just where it's come undone when I was turning it. So I'm going to come back actually to here and re-sew that, and then I'm going to do another line all the way around, then we'll trim it up. Oh, you've only made one of the Annabelles? I made one yesterday. That's this one here. It's almost done, as you can tell. Not quite. It needed some, I did not follow the instructions like some of us always do. And so when it said to trim the stuff in the zipper, I didn't do it because to me it didn't feel that thick. So she's a little thick too. And I tried to do piping on it. Whoops. And I really love this. I saw... Oh, I wish I could remember who it was I saw do this first. I want to say Amber, the Crafty Reporter, but I'm not sure. I feel like somebody else did it too recently. It might have been Siah, actually, because I ordered these from Siah's site because she said she had them. And I really like this. It's like a perfect length. Like just for a quick little shoulder bag. Again, when my kids were little, it would not have worked at all, but I think it's perfect size for me now. Okay, back to work. Where's the part that I was just working on? Oh, it's the one with the clips, Chrissy. All right, and I want to go back to about here. One thing I always do anyways is after I do that, like I flipped it out, made sure there were no holes, seeing if there was anything I needed to correct. One thing I always do is add a second line of stitching. Bag makers probably do the same thing, but for those of you that are not bag makers, what that does is it just makes your seam lines a little bit stronger. So hopefully you guys aren't overfilling our bags anyways, but if you are, like a lot of us are guilty doing, then it just helps with the stability, and it, if it pops one little stitch, you may not even notice because of that second line. It's just like a line of defense almost. Oh my gosh, girl. She said, Wendy says, I don't have a cylinder arm, and doing that final top stitching was a job. I tell you what, I didn't even want to tackle it last night because I was like, then it's not going to make me want to do this one today. So I have not even looked at that yet. I have an industrial that I can always move to, but I'm trying to do it all on here. Number one, I just got my industrial at Christmas time, so I don't have a lot of practice. I've only made one little pouch bag on it. And I want to be, I'm just double checking before I start stitching where my D-ring and the zippers are and making sure they're out of the way. but I didn't want to do the tutorial or the sew along or this video on a new machine and then end up having issues that I didn't know how to fix. So I didn't even use that one yesterday. But when I was flipping that one out, I was like, oh, this is thick. But I know, and don't let that, for those of you that have domestic machines, if you see this and hear that comment, don't think that means you can't make it. I was using double vinyl, which is known to be thicker. It's thicker than, like, even this bag here. This bag is vinyl and water resistant or waterproof canvas. So it's gonna be thicker and harder to work with. So you just got to know your materials in your machine, basically. Yesterday Chrissy was thinking she could do everything. I got a Juki 1181 in, I think is, I know there's a DU, but I think that's at the beginning. And I like it. It smooths really, I mean, it sews really nice and smooth right now. Okay, so what I did, I fixed the 2 errors that I needed cleaned up. Let me heat seal that in real quick. And then where was the other one? Okay. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, it is? Cool. I've loved it since I've seen people. Oh, I just noticed I popped that side too. Gonna have to pay closer attention. You know, maybe I didn't sew that one up far enough, actually. Oh no, it was there. They're popped. I can see. I'm gonna start right there. Yeah, when I started researching them, I saw like Lauren had one, Mormino, and several people that I watched had one, and I always wanted one, but I just didn't have the money to do that. And then I saw, for my Christmas gift, I saw, you won't be able to see what I'm doing, I apologize, that's the angle that works best for this that I'm fixing. Christmas time, I saw a really good financing deal on it and said, well, I could finance it, and I do DoorDash kind of to make a little extra money. I'm disabled, so I can't work, and disability just doesn't cover enough for stuff like that. But I was able to get one, and with it financed, if I pay it off early, of course, there's no interest, which is always like a big incentive, right? But they also had payment plans where my payment's only $100 a month. So that's easy enough for me to do with my door dashing. I can't do it often, of course, because I physically just can't. But I do make at least $100 a month doing it. So I told my husband, I said, if we get this for Christmas, I'll make the payments. And I'll just make sure, no matter what my businesses are doing, I'll make sure that I, Chrissy, will make the payment, even if I have to do DoorDash, which usually I can do DoorDash and make $100 in a weekend. So, all right, anyway, sorry about all that. All right, I'm going to go back through now. Even though I just did that one side, I'm going to go back through. I put a, excuse me, a second line of stitching in. I will be putting a second line of stitching in, and then we'll be trimming it up and then turning it out, and then we'll be done. Alrighty. Again, keep an eye on your tails and stuff. this is a long live. I'm sure nobody will ever watch it. Maybe I can use it to fall asleep and keep the hours watched at least. I watch a lot of YouTube in bed when I'm waiting on meds to kick in and stuff. So I might have to replay it. Of course, replaying it's probably the last thing I should technically do because then I'll hear myself and everything. But all right. I don't see any new comments coming in. If I miss you over the next few minutes, I apologize. I'm just trying to get this done. You're not going to let me stay there, are you? That's what I heard crunching last time. There you go, that'll work for now. Alright, you're going to do this just on the inside or outside. You can choose. I know I like where the outside stitch is, so I'm going to go just about an 1/8 of an inch or so, maybe even a 1/16 of an inch inside the stitching that I've already done. Make sure I'm at my construction width. I'm going to go right down next to what I've already sewn. This is always a little quicker and easier because the hard part is really keeping everything down while you're sewing it. So now you're just kind of doing that extra one just to make things safe, and then we'll trim it down. And that'll take away some of the bulk. My machine hasn't been used this much in a while. Just have to let her know that she's still loved. She was my first big girl machine, as I call it. Okay, is that one in still? Yeah, that one's still in there. That's not roll over, and that's the phone. Okay. Alrighty, we're almost done, guys. I know I've been saying that for a while, but I mean it. And truly, truly, if you've been here this whole time, you need to tell me who you are and leave a comment because y'all are the rock stars. I know I had Mona with us for a little bit at the beginning, and they were ushering kids around, it sounded like. Or doing some other kind of ushering around. They were listening, I think, in their car. Alright, that's good to go. Flipper. No, that's the side you just did. You already flipped it. Alright. Everything's still down. My stomach just started growling. Must know I'm almost done. I haven't eaten anything yet today. I know, bad. Well, I ate a couple cookies, but that's not very nutritional. Girl, I know. I should have. Mary Beth told me to, she said, eat before you play, my friend. Have you hydrated lately? I have. John even refilled it. Thank you. I'm going to take that as an excuse to take another one, though. You act like you've been in the bag making community, Mary Beth. That's what we're always reminding each other. Drink. Take a drink. Alrighty. That's still down. Those two are still out of the way. I meant to eat a little snack at least before I got on, but ouch. I always say ouch, it doesn't hurt, it just hit the side. This thing hit me, not the needle. It's one of the things where you walk into something, you say ouch. It doesn't hurt, you just said it because you're used to saying it, I guess. But yeah, I was getting all of the prep work done for this bag. I was doing that right before I got on, and it ended up taking longer than I thought it would. I should have went with my gut instinct. I thought that pink part that I'm complaining about on the bottom, the gusset, the light pink color, I cut something out wrong, and I was gonna recut it and everything, but I was like, no, I know that I already made that piece because I remembered putting it in the heat press, so that it would fuse the stabilizer. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and take out all these clippies. Make sure I didn't create any new holes anywhere somehow. I'll be more gentle on that side. Ouch. What was that? Was I hanging out? Alright. Now when I clip these sides, I need to remember to keep this out of the way, so I'm going to do this temporarily, just so I can make 100% sure that I'm not clipping them. Alright, so what you're going to do is, once you know you have no holes, once you've done your second layer of stitching, and you're ready to go, you're going to take peeking shears or just cut as close as you can to these stitch lines without cutting through them. Peeking shears works great if it's like a fraying fabric. Neither of mine are fraying fabric, so I'm just going to use regular. You know what? I'm going to use pinking shears just in case it does help nest it any. I don't think it really will because of the areas I'm cutting, but... And again, you don't want to do this all the way up at the top. This is just around like those corners for sure. If it needs it on the inside, but that stitching is a little close, so I'm not worried about that. But you definitely want to get like these bottom edges or rounded edges are super thick. You've got your accent pieces. You've got both. Well, you just got a lot of stuff. We'll just leave it at that. I have a trash can over here. I'm not cutting it all on the floor. Some of it's accidentally falling on the floor, but it's not intentional. Peeking shears. That says nope, that's just a little bit too thick. Alright, now I'm going to do this other side. Oh yeah, I forgot that's where I've got, it is an extra layer there of vinyl because of the seams that I had. I think that's about all I'm going to do. Alright, let's see. Just making sure I'm not forgetting anything. Nope. Alright, so if you're doing it the way that I'm doing it, it's going to be pretty sides in, which means you want your pretty sides to match. So I'm going to take the interior and fold it the opposite way. Whoops. Now, I'm going to run real quick because I did not do double layer of stitches on this before I trimmed it. And I usually do that on my interior too, so let me do that real quick. That again just makes it nice and strong. Everywhere except for these two places, or this section where we're going to turn it all out. And again, this part will be a lot faster because it's already done. And I did remember to take my meds before I got on. So I didn't forget everything, adult. Sounded funny, like something's wrong. I do see that I did remember to reinforce those sides, or that stitch where we're coming through though. That's good. My thread's sticking on these little cuts from the piping shears. I'm going to be turning it out through the interior because of the strap type that I chose. So on the entire gusset. Are you talking about this part right here? Yeah, I'm leaving it a little bit. When I did it yesterday, and I don't know if you had this issue or if it's again, you may have missed it, but whenever I started, the red and black one that I showed earlier, that one I accidentally cut the materials out of the stabilizer pieces, and so it's smaller, so I kind of had to guess at some of the pieces that didn't have stabilizers, and so when I did that, I don't know if this is the reason or not, but at the very top, it was too close together. Like the 1/8 of an inch that I was doing for the top stitching, it was too close together to do, like there's a part where she tapes it on hers, and it was too short. So that's why I'm leaving these a little bit longer, just to see if that was the cause. I did it on my exteriors as well, because in other bags I've made, they've always done it that way. Or I've always done it that way. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. but that's why I'm leaving those. Alrighty. Did you have any issues with the sides? Or did you do it that way, I should say? And if you did you have any issues? Okay. Yeah, I think I only had the issues because the size was smaller and I was kind of guessing at like certain aspects of it, like the zipper and stuff, because it was just not made to size. So I think that's why I had that issue, but I figured just in case, I know how to make it look good on this part when I do the top stitching, because I've done other bags like that. So hopefully I won't have that issue. I just didn't know if that was something common, or again, just something that takes a little learning and skill development that I'm still working on. Did you birth yours, or did you do a drop-in? All right, now I'm just gonna, you birthed yours too? Okay. Did you leave a turning hole? Like down here, like I did? That looks good. I've already trimmed that, but I do want to get just a couple little pieces that are up. All right, so there's those. All right, so now we're going to do right sides together. Yeah, we'll see how this one works at the gusset at the top. Okay, that's where I just sewed that down. All right, so here's my interior. I like this to be, when I look in my bag, to be like against my body. So you're going to put that on the opposite side as your tag, but still right sides together. So your pretty sides are going to be touching each other. The ugly side is going to be on the outside and on the inside. Okay, and then I do want that on the back side. Ouch. My fingernails are like longer than they normally are, so I keep catching them on everything. Okay, you still want your D-rings to be pointing down at this point. Again, this is not an official tutorial. I do plan to make one, but in case you're watching this and using it as one. All right, you're gonna make sure that you put your middles together first. Can you see what I'm doing? A little bit. Sorry, this is just one of the parts of the bag that it's done this way. Let's see, I want to clip them the opposite way of what I'm doing. Thought about it that time, so I don't have to go back, hopefully. Okay, I put one in the middle on each side. So the middle center marks are here, and then one on each side. Flip it over, do the opposite side. You also want to make sure that your recessed zipper is pushed down at this point. So you should be attaching it to this part of the zipper. So, Wendy, you said that you were doing this on your 1181 and you were still having issues with the one gusset part being really thick? Or the top stitching, I mean? Okay, and then I'm going to go to the ends. I'm going to do the center part here and then one on each of the sides. Let's see which is going to be the easiest. This fits like a glove. I mean, it's perfect. Perfectly perfect. Oh, okay. Oh, Wendy, for those of you watching the replay, said it was just trying to get a good top stitch, was not too thick, and that you top stitch from the inside. That's what I'm going to try to do with this one. I think the other one I did last night was from the outside, if I'm thinking correct terms. That's why it's stuck on something. I was hoping that when I used my industrial, by the time I got to making this bag on it, that I would have all the little kinks worked out. But I know I'm still going to develop my own little kinks because it's a new machine to me, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, and then I'm going to go to the other side. Actually, I don't like the way that looks. I'm going to put two, now that we know the middle's lined up anyways. I don't like how that extra was just hanging there. She says, so Wendy said that she top stitches from the inside. If I make another one, I will turn it inside out and try that way. Oh, that's a good idea. Let me know how that works. I don't think we're Facebook friends, but I know that I recognize you from other YouTube, you know, in the comments section here and in lives. If I remember, I'll ask, but I do have memory issues, so I may not remember. If you do the seam allowances correctly, when you get to this stage, I'll show you how you know you're on the right track. And how, like, when we say, oh, it fits like a glove, where's that tape from? Oh, that's from the phone. Must have been from turning it out earlier. And then ooh, I've seen Crafty Reporter do that. She was saying that she also added boning to the zipper because Amber, the Crafty Reporter, did it. Hey, Siah. I have not worked with boning, but I tell you what, I want to. Okay, so what I was saying about fitting like a glove, see here in the middle, maybe you can see it better from this side. When you have these seams and then the other seam lays like right on the opposite side so you know it's correct. I love that. Siah, I know this, I don't know how many people are here, but she is the one who created this bag and made the pattern for us. So it's very nice to see her in the comments. I did not expect that. I know everybody had a lot going on today and it's just one of them days. So I'm almost at the end. Thankfully, because it's been a while. I'm not used to doing live, so it's something I'm working on this year. And we are almost done. All right, I got it all clipped up. Let me just take a drink real quick. Alright. As Siah and her sister Susan say, no, I can't even say that yet because I'm not there. Dang it. I was trying to be there. Alright, let me see. Where do I want to start? That's the front of the bag, which means they're going to be looking right down at it. Let me do it on this corner. Alright, here we go. You won't be able to see most of this, if any of it. I don't feel like trying to move everything and have it fall, so let's see. You'll be able to see a little bit when I turn it on the edges. That one's down. I'm just double checking the zippers and everything. Alright, again, I'm squishing it because if something breaks, I want to know before I send it to somebody. Let me double check what seam allowance I'm supposed to use at this part real quick. I think I know, but... I'm just kind of reviewing the steps real quick to make sure I got everything the way it was supposed to be. Yep, that's right. Okay, I remember the right seam allowance. Oh, thanks. I just saw Siah. I thought I had it, but I did mean to write down like zipper this and, you know, gusset that just in case, but I ran out of time when I was starting this, so. Alright, let me move this one. Ooh, that seems like a thick seam allowance there. But then we're going to flip it over and then we're going to top stitch so it'll work out. See, even with the creator, or the pattern designer, I'm still second guessing myself. I'm just pulling down the inside. That's not going to work because you got clips. Mackenzie, leave that alone. Kenzie. Leave it. Leave it. Good girl. Alrighty, here we go. Here goes nothing, guys. Maybe if my foot finds the pedal. Pulling the foam off. Sure, that's not what I want to do. I'm sorry y'all can't see. In a minute I'll be able to squish it down so you can see better. Ooh, corduroy. That'll be pretty. Corduroy seems to really be having a moment right now, don't they? I feel like I'm seeing so many pretty corduroy bags out there. And even clothing. I've seen a lot of, like, I don't sew clothing, but I watch a lot of people who do. And I've seen a lot of them, it seems like, too. Making clothing. Oh. Yeah. Siah says, yep, it's coming back for a bit. Things are shifting a little bit. I'm just making sure everything's good. Oh, that's close to my pocket. I made that a little bit too high. Siah, I'll have to show you in a minute the little one I made yesterday. I accidentally cut the pattern piece as using the stabilizer piece, and so it's smaller. So I had a couple issues, but the stuff that I guessed at, I did pretty good at guessing. Oh, that is not the stitch what you need. You hit the wrong button, dork. I don't have the proper seam allowance, so I need to get back to where it needs to be. Let's start this over again. Yeah, it's cute. I had a couple issues. I tried to put piping in it, which as a bag maker I don't like because it's not correct, but nobody else will know that doesn't make bags. It still looks kind of cute, so I'm just going to use it as like my little tester. I like to carry bags around for a little bit before I try to sell them anyways. And I haven't carried this one around. Oh goodness, lots of people look like they're joining now. Now I'm going to get nervous. Hello, sewing friends. How are you? My goal this year, just since new people are joining, is to get my subscriber count up to 500. So I'll be doing more tutorials. Last year I focused on doing some testing and kind of understanding the way patterns work a little bit better. And so this year I'm gonna hopefully do more tutorials. I keep trying to pick this bag up and take the clip off. Hello to everybody that just joined. I'm gonna guess Siah said something about me being online or something, because we've been rocking a steady 5 people. Okay, I'm just trying to get it back under the presser foot. What is it stuck on? There you go, it was stuck on the thread. We are almost done. Alrighty. Yeah, that's something I started doing in 2025, Brittany. Just with all the negativity that's going on right now, I figured it'd give a little extra encouragement even when people don't realize it's there. So I started signing them. Maybe I'll be famous one day and they'll wish they could open up their bag and see that I did it. Who knows? A little extra positivity never hurt anybody. I'm trying to keep it at like 1 to 2 words. So I've done things like be brave, you are loved, things like that. If I know they're religious and it's a custom order. Mackenzie, leave it. Mackenzie, leave it. Hey, leave it. Mackenzie, Leave it. Lay down, girl. Good girl. Sorry, she keeps going at her paw again. But yeah, I figure just if they're religious and it's a custom order, I'll put, you know, something a little more religious, but I know not everybody believes in God or the same religion, so I thought it would be a fun way to spread some encouragement and some good karma. Alright, we're almost there. Alright, let me just catch up real quick. The dogs are probably going to go crazy because John just put their food in their bowl. And they get super excited when it's time to eat, like I do. That means Kinsey will be whining to go out and join them. She's standing at the door now. Kinsey, did Daddy forget you? Oops, sorry about that. Just trimming off those edges. And then I'll check my stitches and make sure. Alright, I'm going to give my hand a break for a minute. Let's see. I'm just going to scroll back and see what I've missed. Thanks, Siah. I'm definitely trying. I remember when we were at the retreat last year, at the Georgia retreat, just a little bit, I remember you were telling me, you need to get more active. So I'm trying to get there at least before Georgia, if nothing else, right? Let's see. Wendy said she cusses too much to make videos. Yeah, I do a lot of that as well. On my One Take Wednesdays, I definitely have to remind myself not to say certain words. Oh, thanks, Mary Beth. Oh man, y'all that make some quilts, they're beautiful, but gosh, the time and money put into them. People don't want to pay for the bags. I couldn't imagine trying to get them to pay for a quilt. Oh yeah, maybe. That might be a good idea. Mary Beth said that she thinks it would be cute. Sorry, there's a glare. If it was on the inside, the pocket inside, so that the inside of the purse, so people could see it too. You're right. All right, so that's what the inside's looking like. See, I trimmed up all my edges. I'm just making sure I didn't forget a step. All right. Now I can say it like Siah and Susan say, time to turn and burn. So basically what that means is we're going to take the outside, pull it all out, and at the same time I use my hand to fluff everything out. Yeah, turn and burn, baby, turn and burn. All right. And then I take this, all this is going to come through this hole. That's why we call it birthing. If it reminds you women of anything, well, some men too. You guys know. Now the one I tried to do yesterday, oh gosh, when my hands need a break, I'll show it to you. That was so much smaller and it was hard. But again, that was not the pattern's fault. That was all me. All right, so I can feel, I've got almost the whole thing. The whole thing is oh sorry, I should have been facing the screen. Oh wow, that's a lot of, your family's gonna love those quilts one day when you're not around anymore. Unfortunately, it'll probably be one of them things that they will only remember when, or find as nice, I guess you could say, when you're passed away and they're looking through memories and stuff. They'll remember all the time you spent working on it. All right, so I might have to open this up just a little bit. So I'm looking at each side to see which one I would prefer, if it's gonna bust or if I need to take some stitches out. This side there's more, so I'm gonna go on this side. And it's literally a slow, steady progress, or process, I mean. I've already done the drawing that is referenced in the description, but all of the items that I've used to make this bag are listed in the description. The pattern is Annabelle by Siah. Siah swag bags. This is why I say, if it can't handle your manhandling, you need to know now. If it can pass our manhandling as we're pulling these bags out, it should be able to last through a customer treating it right. And that's how sometimes we'll be like, you did not use that bag in the correct fashion. Because if it won't break when we're doing something like this, it shouldn't break if you're just carrying it and you're not overstuffing it. So sometimes it gives us an extra laugh. Okay. When I get tired of pulling and my hands are giving up on me, I try to push instead of pull. I'm not sure how that would compare to any part of childbirth, but you may relate. This is the part we usually speed up as well. That's all that side out. Come on. I was saying, we already picked a winner for this bag. However, if you leave a comment on the live or on the video once it's posted, or now if it'll let you, not a chat, but an actual comment, then I'm going to enter you into another drawing. And that one's a surprise, but as long as you live in the US, I will send it to you for free, or if you're local, I'll meet up with you. And if you're overseas and you happen to win, then if you want to pay shipping, then I'll send it to you as well. And if you're overseas, then I'll let you know what it was so you can decide whether or not you want to pay for that. Almost there. I can see the end. All right, so now I'm just using my hand almost in a fist motion to push out all of those corners and edges, and also smoothing the foam down. Oh, this is so cute. I already see stitches there. Okay, I'm not going to fix the stitches now, but I will go back in after I'm off because we've already been on for too long. Oh, she's so cute. There's my hole that I was just turning out of. Because I know that I'm going to have to fix something, I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'll sew it up later after I do the repair. All right, so the way that I like to start is holding one of the edges, and I just hold it and you're rolling it, kind of like this motion, and then I can push it down. So then up here, I'm kind of rolling it, and I'll go over to this other side, give it a little roll. Sometimes you have to stick your hand in there and then rub up here as well. I tend to forget the top part sometimes when I'm making sure everything was pushed out. I'm not going to put any, usually I'll put clips as I go around, but since I know, oh, that's funky. That's going to need some repair. That one doesn't look bad. I don't know what I did on this side. So we'll look at the front side. I know it's where I went back and fixed those stitches. I think I just went a little too high. Yeah, I'm not going to sew the bottom up yet because I'm going to go back and fix a couple things that I can see. Yeah, that pocket I definitely put a little bit too high, and that's the same side, so maybe something got stuck. Alright, so I'm not going to bother putting on the zipper pull yet either, because I know I'm going to go back in there. Got my zipper stuck there, so I'll get that out too. Alright, so I just need to go back and correct just a couple minor things, nothing too big, because I was checking as I went. But here's the other one. I did the small one. Again, I cut out fabric, vinyl, using the stabilizer pieces and didn't realize it. So I said, well, I guess that'll be a small size. And then I did this like chain extender with a double two-toned edge, and it's like perfect size for me. Like, this is the size I like. Something I can just throw up on my shoulders and go. So I was just going to kind of show a little bit of what it could look like. I'm going to give the winner of the drawing the option for which type of handle she prefers, whether, you know, a crossbody strap or handbag or, you know, a shoulder bag, whatever. So I'm not going to do that, but I did want to show at least what it would look like. I do have to go back, like I said, and fix a few things, so it's going to look a little funky to look at in this way, but just to give you an idea, because this is the actual size, not a small size. Thanks, Siah. I love these. I didn't realize that these came in packages of 2. I was so excited when I opened them up. All right. So, roughly, yeah, see the size difference of that? I mean, I know I still have to fix these, but, and then of course there's clips on this, but this is the difference. I don't think I'll be making any small ones, honestly. That was a little bit too much for me. Maybe after I make a few more of the large ones, but that's our bag. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys all staying with me. I'm gonna just set this to the side because I'm starving and I'm tired. But like I said, I will be posting an actual tutorial here shortly. I just want to get a couple under my belt so that it turns out, you know, much better, hopefully. Every one you make is, it gets better and better. So let's see, I missed some chat, so I'm just scrolling back. Thanks, Brittany. Are you going to top stitch the zipper panel down? Honestly, I didn't get to that point for my other flap, so I have to look through the instructions, but on this one here, I see where I'm gonna need to go back and fix that. Hopefully it doesn't require me to do the whole thing again. I'm hoping I can use some heat to get the needle marks to go away. I haven't got that far on the instructions yet, to be 100% honest with you. So I'm going to do it first how the pattern says, and then from there go. Yeah, I love the red and the black together. Let's see. Thanks, Wendy. Thanks, Siah. Mary Beth, thank you. It will lay down once you put the zipper on. Oh, okay, that's good. I was going to put the zipper on, but since I'm going to have to take it apart anyways, I'm not going to fight with that. But that is really good to know. Yeah, these roses are Mormino's. The watercolor roses, but this was the Lovers line. I don't think she has it anymore, and if she is, she's sold out of it. Check the description. I did put links for everything. I believe everything's listed there. But this red one, that one wouldn't have been listed, because I'm gonna do a separate tutorial on that one. But I need to double check again. Like I said, this is really bothering me too. This part here, it's like extra big, it looks like to me. I'm sorry, I know that when the metal clinking drives me crazy when I'm listening, because I always have my AirPods on, but I think I did something wrong in the measurements for that. So I don't know, maybe I'll keep that as my tester purse too, and make an actual, like, one that's better than the way this one came out it might be worth it just to keep the errors there and carry it for myself and see how it feels to carry it and what changes I need to make. There's some stitches that are popping here, even with the second row of stitches, so I'm not sure where that's from. I'm going to have to investigate that. And then when all push comes to shove, I might find it easier, instead of fixing this one, other than a couple things that have to be fixed, like the zipper, I might just carry that and then make a whole new one for the prize winner. Oh, one thing I was going to say too, make a comment and let me know your favorite part of the bag or the pattern, or just say something in the comments. Once the video actually posts, I'm going to be doing a drawing. I think I just said that actually. I'm going to be doing a drawing for that too. Oh yeah, Brittany, I should make, is it okay if I make you a moderator? I don't know if you'll ever see my video again, but I know I do see you linking all over the place. You and Jan are like top notch. I love when you guys are moderators for people. Let's see. Okay, I'm just gonna lay down. Yeah, I thought it looked too big, so it should be 3/4 of an inch. Now I'm curious. Oh yeah, we're at 1.5 inches. When I was putting it together, I actually started assembling it as the shoulder strap, and I was like, wait, I didn't cut out the bottom piece. The, what are they called? Strap connector, I think is what you called it. And then I was like, oh, so maybe I cut the measurements to the strap connector then. Yeah, Brittany really is amazing. All right, guys, I appreciate you so much for hanging out with me. I will be posting on my social medias the finished bag once it's finished. Won't be today, might not be tomorrow either. But I won't be seeing the winner probably. I know I'll see them at the end of this week. So, and I've got a full week this week, so I'll just give it to them then. But I appreciate you guys so much for hanging out with me, and I appreciate any new followers, subscribers, and make sure y'all leave a comment in there. And Brittany, is it okay, since you subscribed, is it okay if I add you as a moderator on my channel, just in case you happen to be on and free? I tried to, for today's live, I tried to make sure nobody was, excuse me, online, and I saw that, by Mary Beth, I saw that Barbie was live at 11, so when I scheduled, I was like, well, she should be done by 1, but I didn't think about when she does the sewing with, oh, I forget her friend's name. I watch them all the time. Anyways, I didn't realize that it would be so long. I didn't realize they were going to be doing that today. Otherwise, I would have probably pushed it back a little bit, but that's okay. I appreciate you guys so much for hanging out with me, though. Leave that comment and we'll get you entered for another freebie. Okay, bye. Now I gotta figure out how to turn it off. I see an X, but I'm afraid to hit it. Do I hit the X, guys? I thought it used to say next or end. Microphone, that's the calendar. I'm on my iPad, which probably doesn't help. I'm gonna hit the X. I hope I don't lose it. Are you sure you want to stop streaming? Yes.